racing, and the 714 has just come in. Christian just jumped out from behind the wheel. Christian.
You are talking to me? Yes. I did. Unfortunately, I didn't understand because it's too loud. Yeah.
How would you describe your race so far?
Oh, I'm really happy and satisfied. It was a 2-hour stint, and yeah, for me it was more than I expected. It ran well.
How challenging was it?
Oh, it is really challenging because of the very fine weather. The temperatures are high, and in the car the temperature, of course, is also very high. And because we are in the GTX, so we always have also to take care on the faster cars behind us. So it is really challenging.
How much are the characteristics of the car changing as the hours go by?
I mean, it starts to become more slippery, and that's all. So the rest, it's the same as the beginning. The car itself works very well.
Are you enjoying the event here in Barcelona?
Oh, very much. It's very funny. It's my first time, so I enjoy it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always a tricky role, I think, being in a GTX machine, because you are a pretty fast car, but you're still needing to look in your mirrors most of the time. Well, no, sorry, not most of the time. You're kind of in the mirrors half the time, and then the other half the time you're looking in front to try and pass the likes of TCR cars. You're not a GT3 where you're only focusing forwards and not expecting anyone to overtake you, and you're not a TCR car where you're just sitting there being overtaken the whole time.
No, yeah, it is tricky to be in the middle classes, isn't it? We've got the leader in the pits for fuel station.
This is curious. So, in the last Code 60, that car pitted twice. Both under Code 60, so would have got half a tank and then another half a tank. In theory, full tank. But Ralph Bond's only been out there 42 minutes, and they've pitted again under green flag conditions. Nobody else is on that kind of strategy in the top positions. So
I tend not to question Herbert Motorsport's strategy, to be honest, Ben.
No, but it may.
I know what you're saying.
What does it suggest went on in those two pit stops? That's what I'm implying. It was only a 1-minute stop, the last one. Maybe they decided to stop refueling because they went back to green conditions, and therefore they didn't get a full tank in. Here is the NM Racing Mercedes, which was also in the fuel bay a bit earlier on. That's the GT2 car heading back out onto circuit. Is the Porsche in the pits there, or is it just driven straight through? I think it might have left. Can't see. The timing screen says he's in the pits. He must be behind. He must be behind a bridge, because I absolutely cannot see him in the pits.
Nick may be able to shed some light.
Now he's out.
He's gone straight out, so just in for fuel. A top off. He's got
3.5 minutes of fuel.
And he's dropped out of the lead.
It's a huge amount of fuel.
He's dropped out of the lead for this. I'm not sure what the tactic is, and I'm not sure anyone at Herbert Motorsport will tell us.
No.
But he's handed the lead to Simon Thurman in the IMSA car. That's now taken over, and by my estimation, the Herbert car may have gone a lap down here. I'm trying to find track position.
Yeah, where are they?
Where's the 76? The 76 just coming through turn 12 into our side now, through 13. The 91 just coming into turn 7, heading down the hill towards turn 7. So when the 76 comes through,
it's going to be a lap.
It is. He's a lap down. The 76 is just about to click 245 laps, 245 laps now. Crosses the line any second. There it is. And then Ralph Bond will come through and complete 244. So that pit stop for fuel only has put the Herbert car off the lead lap and behind. Now the stint length for Simon Thurman is 50 minutes. Ralph Bond's stint time is there or thereabouts, 48 minutes. They've got very similar. They've had very similar amount of time at the wheel of that car. Yeah. Of their respective cars, I should say.
But it wasn't a. They did the first pit stop that they did was exactly the same time, 2 minutes 48. The second stop under Code 60, a 2-minute stop for 76 and a 1-minute stop for 91. But now we've just seen them do a 3.5-minute stop. That's a huge amount of time and fuel if it was just fuel.
Yeah, you're right.
So, as I say, I couldn't see if they'd stopped in the pit lane. And sometimes my strategy computer understands where the fuel zone is and differentiates it from the pits. But for some reason today, it's not doing that.
Oh, that's a shame.
Which is a bit annoying. But that's curious. For me, that's an early stop for Albon. And now, if he's going to go again, he's going to have those tyres on for a long time.
He's dropped off the lead lap of the leader. Chris Cools is in third. He's a further lap down on 243. Chris Cools at the wheel of the number 21 Haas RT Audi. Behind them, Yannick Mettler in the number 23 Car Collection Porsche. Still, I find that very tricky to say, Car Collection Porsche. So easy to say Car Collection Audi, which we've been saying for years. And then that is only 50 seconds behind the Haas RT car. So they're on 243 laps, a further lap back, and then we've got the CP Racing car. Number 85, Charles Espenlaub, 242 laps. They've got a lap ahead. They're a lap ahead of Elie Earhart, currently at the wheel of the number 1 Shearer Sport Audi. As into the pits has come the RPM car.
Yeah, Tracy Crone being bolted into that car.
Yeah.
I don't know whether we've seen Tracy on circuit yet. You have a quick spool through. I certainly don't feel like I've said his name. What's his car number? RPM. Oh, spin again. 71. That's the second spin in as many corners for the 71. We just picked him up facing the wrong direction. Unless that's a replay.
I'm not sure it is. That's a different part of the track. That's live. So we've got Jonas Gelzenis in the 71 Audi. That's the racing car. Where is the 71? It has dropped down the order slightly, hasn't it?
That's on the inside of 13, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, 71 currently 8th. And a few laps off the car, in front. He's struggling. I'm wondering if he's got a problem that's causing the car to spin. He's trying to get it refired. The lights are on. He is pointing in the wrong direction. We're going to get another look at it. So he did have a spin. He's regained his composure, and then the car just snaps right.
Well,
the
rear
car
axle
snapped to the right.
No, the rear axle locks up.
Yeah, I think that's a problem. I think that's a.
We might be getting another code 60 here, because if that rear axle is fixed, no, he's got going.
He's got it going. Yeah, I'm wondering if a drive shaft.
That was literally like he went bing with the handbrake.
Drive shaft has gone or something.
Into the very well. He's going to come straight to the pits.
Yeah. Di's already down there with something bent, but that's going to be with her very soon.
Yeah, she's going to have to go to Jutta Racing, Di. But firstly, let's speak to Patrick Huysman.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm with Patrick. He's just jumped out of the car. Patrick, how would you describe your race so far?
Well, the car is running faultlessly so far. First stint, I did the start of the race. It was difficult because we were way too high on the tire pressure, so that was a bit of a nightmare. But the second stint now was a lot better. Still, it's quite warm, especially in a Porsche. It's always pretty hot, so that's wearing you out a little bit. But again, the car is doing well, team is doing a good job, and I think we have a healthy lead so far.
Just explain to us what that means when the tire pressures are too high and you're trying to handle and manage the car.
Well, you know, you just try to back off, brake a little bit earlier, go a little bit later on the throttle, and just don't overdrive the tires, and then you hope that the pressure will come down a little bit. But, I mean, these tires, once they're really up with the warm conditions and you have to carry some amount of speed, it's hardly impossible to get them down. Tonight in the second stint, I had a similar, it was getting high, then we had a code 60. And it came down quite a big step, so after that the car was good to handle and fun to drive.
How would you describe this circuit here in Barcelona?
My only experience here, I've done loads of Porsche Super Cup races over here, and the track is known for high tire degradation. I have to say this is my first experience with the Hankook tire. There's not a lot of peak grip on the new set, but it's pretty consistent, so it's quite good drivable. So trying to learn more about the tire, how to cope with it over a stint, and we're getting there.
Thank you, Patrick.
You're welcome.
That is the Patrick Huysman.
Yes.
Absolute legend of Porsches. Back to the 996 days in 2002, where he was racing in the Super Cup. He's won his class at Le Mans in a Porsche for Manthey Racing back in 1999, would you believe? His first appearance at Le Mans for Conrad in a Porsche, 1994.
On the podium, class podium.
Yeah.
In the GT2 class. So shared the car with Kurt Euser and Matthias Tomier. And then he drove the Viper at Le Mans in 98. Part of the Viper team, Horeca. You know what? It was the eyes that did it for me.
Pardon?
It was his eyes. He's got very distinctively ice blue eyes, and I recognised those eyes. He shared the car with Wendlinger and Mark Duez.
So, get this for a lineup then. Tracy Crone, all right, definitely a very, very, very experienced racer. Has, I don't know how many Le Mans to his name. He is an AM in that car, presumably due to his age, I imagine. Patrick Huysman is an AM, an FIA bronze driver and an AM, aged 57 years old. You've then got Nicholas Jonsson, who is also an AM in that car, would you believe?
I think by age.
Maybe by age as well.
Because Nick Jonsson and Tracy Crone, I first saw them in the American Le Mans Series, and Nick was basically Tracy Crone's driver coach and mentor. And he kind of run the operation back in, they had a workshop just outside of Road Atlanta. That was many years ago, 20 years or so. So they've been together for over 25 years. I'm pretty sure I've had that conversation with Nick on air, that they've stayed together for that amount of time. And Tracy, who's got, like you say, a massive amount of experience. He's the gentleman driver in that lineup. And he's, you know, he kind of certainly knows what he's doing. He's got a lot of racing experience. He's not as quick as Nick Jonsson. I'm pretty sure he'd agree with that. Nick Jonsson is one of those very, very quick drivers who can pretty much drive anything.
And Nick Jonsson is aged 56, so just a year younger than Patrick Huysman.
Yeah.
Which gives him an FIA bronze license.
Yeah.
Tracy Crone, however,
careful,
coming up to celebrating a milestone. I'm not going to say it, but that is, I have to say, that's absolutely remarkable.
Yeah.
To be racing at at that level.
When you interview Tracy and you kind of do that on his arm, I'm kind of just squeezing Ben's bicep. It's like squeezing a lamppost.
Really?
Solid.
Wow.
As a rock. Yeah, very fit. Obviously keeps himself extremely fit for his age to go racing.
First at Le Mans in 2006. Never took a class victory, but got 3 podiums over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 different attempts. Last time he raced there was in 2019. Diana, you're down the pits.
I'm with HRT, and Lucas has just jumped out of the 930 car. Lucas, how are you finding it so far?
Yeah, it's my first ever 24 hours, so yeah, it's hard, it's warm, but now we got some problem with the power steering.
Yeah, I think one of the sister cars also had an issue earlier with power steering. That makes it incredibly difficult for you because there's nothing you can do about it now.
No, it's as you say, so we just need to do consistent lap times and see if the car is in one piece.
You said it was your first 24 hours. What's your impression so far?
Yeah, it's really fun. But I got the first in, so it was really warm, and but yeah, it's very fun.
And what do you think of the circuit?
Sorry?
What do you make of the circuit?
Yeah, it's one of the best tracks I ever driven on, so it's very fun.
Right there's a fairly hefty grid competing at this one. How are you managing the traffic?
Yeah, I think it's sometimes hard and sometimes quite easy. Some GT3 cars are quite hard to overtake, but otherwise it's quite good.
Will you be driving during the night?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I'll let you get some rest.
Yeah, thank you.
Such a massive amount of work for HRT this weekend with 4 cars.
Always is.
Yeah. But I mean, the partnerships, particularly this weekend, I find fascinating because they literally have obviously got 1 car, 5 seats, almost like thinking of it on an Excel spreadsheet and going, right, need to fill that hole, that hole, that hole, that hole, that hole. And you get to kind of maybe 3 or 4 drivers, then go, right, well, we've got most of them. Let's phone up Mauro Calamia and put him in that car. Let's do that. I mean, let's go through their entries because they are fascinating. Anthony Lees from New Zealand, Mikael Pitambert from South Africa, Harley Horton from the UK, and Julian Hanses from Germany. 3 of those are semi-pros. Only Anthony Lees apparently is an AM. When you think about what we've just talked about with Tracy Crone and that team all being AMs, fine. Because of age, definitely need to change that rule, especially this day and age. Then you've got, in another car, Gustav Bergström, Hampus Eriksson, Lucas Sundal, Edward Sandström. So that's an all-Swedish lineup. I imagine they might have come as a package. But certainly the first one, possibly less so. And then in the third of their cars, Armando Pampanini, Stefano Monaco, Nicholas Scherzinger, Sturzinger, rather than the Sugar Babe, no, the Pussycat Doll, and Mauro Calamia. So that's an all kind of Swiss lineup, so maybe that came as a package as well. But that New Zealand, South Africa, German, English car is a very, very interesting one. And here is the Ferrari back in the pits. Unfortunately, still at the tail of the GT. Oh, it's not at the tail of the GT category. It's now ahead of Hoffa Racing. And, of course, with Jutta Racing's issue that we've just seen recently, also ahead of the 72 car. So making progress. Now, hopefully, Diane is heading towards the Lithuanians. They do speak very good English because they were in the food queue and they're all talking English to each other.
The car has been in, back out, change of driver.
Okay.
Leonardus Dirtsis is now at the wheel of the Audi. They've dropped down the order, 6th in the GT3 AM class, 12th overall, last of the GT3 runners. That's done them no service whatsoever, has it? They've really dropped down.
But I'm just so curious as to how you spin, you get going again, you're offline, you come into what should just be an acceleration zone, and suddenly it looked like he pulled the handbrake on.
It did. It did. It looked really like he turned right. And to be honest, there was an element of that indicated to me that the driver was just a passenger.
Oh wow! Absolutely.
It just snapped away from him. It just spun round.
Was it the 71 though that spun? I can't remember.
Hang on, where am I? It what? If it is that car has had a driver change as well. Where's the entry list? Pass me that.
Either way, either stop was quite short. Their last pit stops. The 71's last pit stop was 3 minutes. 72 was 2 minutes 54. So whatever the problem was, they haven't needed to do anything particular to change it. We are seeing, as you can see on our screen, some pit stops. We've just had our leader in. The 76 has fueled and now is in the pits, which hands the advantage back to 91. But they are clearly on a very different strategy because we are now at the hour mark since the last code 60, so since the last round of pit stops. These pit stops make much more sense than what we saw from the Herbert Motorsport getting Ralph Bone in early and kind of offsetting him, to be honest. Chris Cools in the Haas RT Audi yet to pit. We'd expect them to come in soon. They are seemingly able to stretch that Audi pretty well. Imagine this, Chris Cools has done 7 pit stops, or the 21 Haas RT have done 7 pit stops, versus 12 for the car ahead, and then 11 for the car ahead of that. So when you think about pit stops, you always think, oh, well, pit stops cost you time, so you want to do as least as possible. Not in Creventic racing.
No, because it's all about using the code 60s, isn't it? Yeah. Coming in for top-offs. And then when you think Ralph Bourne, as far as your calculations are concerned, Ben, he came in very early and took on only fuel.
On his 11th stop.
Yeah, so his tyres are fine. He's happy with them. He's gone back out. and he'll be continuing to go round and round. He's just cleared 63 minutes he's been in the car. Junior Landauer handing the lead back to the Herbert car, having come into the pits.
Now at least back out on circuit.
Yeah.
And I think probably a lap and a bit behind.
Might be, you know, the number one, Christa Jons, now taking over the wheel of the number one Shearer Sport Audi, and Ilya Earhart is down in the pits with Dynabinks.
Ilya, you've just jumped out of the car. First of all, how would you describe the race for you and the team so far?
Yeah, it was a good start at the beginning. Then we was a little bit unlucky with a little damage, which cost us, I think, 3 or 4 laps, yeah. Hankook have a new tire here for the first time. Is it for us to drive that thing? It's a little bit different than the old one. You have to be very smooth to the tire. Yeah, we will have a look.
How much are you understanding the tire wear?
At the moment, we are not 100% sure if we understand the tire, but it's getting better every stint, and yeah, we would have a look what the night will bring for us.
There's a lot of experience between all of you here in the team. How much are you having a team talk in between stints?
Oh yeah, we are not talking so much, just a little bit with the engineer, and I do a shower and then I drive again. We are not talking so much. The work was before the race, and yeah, now everybody should sold out.
What's the strategy for the night time?
To drive as fast as possible.
Thank you so much.
It's a good strategy.
Yeah.
It's an absolutely fair strategy.
I once said to Alan McNish, so what difference does it make when the sun goes down? Guess what he said?
Gets dark.
Yes. I caressed him warmly by the throat, a little Scotsman.
Fair enough, though. Like, I've done a bit of work in WRC, and you are asking drivers, after just 11 kilometres of action, having to ask them a question every other hour of 3 days. And it's very hard to find a way to not avoid them being facetious against you. And if anybody follows rallying and knows Oyt Tanak, if you do not ask a proper question that is going to give him the opportunity to give you a proper answer, he will just give you a one-line answer or a look, and that is it. You'll just get a look. Sometimes stop asking me that stupid question will be the answer.
So give me an idea of the question then. He's done 11 kilometres of forest stage, let's say.
Yeah.
Or loose gravel, and he comes in. He's probably not sweating.
Well, technically, you've got 3 stages across a loop, and you have to keep the tyres you have 5 or 6 tyres for those 3 stages. So sometimes in the early part of the day, you want to know what the strategy is of use, what's the plan to how they're going to use those tyres to the best of their advantage. Of course, they're not going to tell you.
Yeah.
But of course, as a journalist, you need to ask.
Yeah.
And you need to create something that the TV coverage will then take and use, even if it's a one-word answer. But you have to ask the question, because if you don't ask the question, there is no answer. They don't have anything to insert. But for some reason, especially Oyt doesn't understand that. The other thing is, one of the best ones is, Sebastian Ogier comes to the end of a stage with a puncture. You know, whatever you say, whatever you ask, he's going to rant about the Pirelli tyres.
Okay.
Because he's still on a nice little retainer from Michelin.
Okay.
So that's an easy one. You don't have to say it. You might as well just give him the microphone and say, off you go.
About the tyres.
Yeah. But you do. It's our job as question creators to ask questions that are.
Well, I've
logical.
always found whenever I'm in the pits, and that is my natural habitat, when I'm down there, I ask questions of drivers, the answer of which I'm quite interested in.
Yeah.
As a geeky fan.
And sometimes you'll know the answer to the question you're asking.
Well, there is that as well, but the fans don't want to hear me saying that. They want to hear the actual drivers saying that. So it's drawing that information out for the fans. And hopefully it's a similar sort of information that the fans want to hear. and you want to hear what is the strategy going through the night. And as simple as that might be, of just going as fast as we can, it's a different racetrack. The sort of elements of the racetrack, as we have the number 85, Charles Espinal at the wheel of that car. That racetrack now, it's gone completely dark. We've got a little bit of illumination. Those reference points that he used to use as braking references, let's say, or turning in points, they've completely changed complexion. And whether it was a different shade of tarmac, a crack in the wall, a curb line that as you approach it, a marker board, that's going to look different in your headlights now. So it is and you have to recalibrate. You have to try and achieve the same objective of hitting your apexes and your braking points, etc., etc. So if the driver that follows Charles in the 85, he will be getting into that car and going out on. He knows which way the track's going. Yeah, turn one, right-hander, followed by a left, followed by a sweeping right. Yeah, that's all the same. But visually, that visual information is completely different in the hours of darkness. And of course, the biggest thing, I think, certainly in mixed racing, when you've got a car behind you or in front of you, all you see is red lights. So you get to know the personalities of the cars and who the people are that are in them. And the last time I lapped this 992 Porsche, the orange one with the red stripe,
yeah,
I'm just using that as an example, he almost pulled in, he almost, chopped me front end off, so I'm going to be a little bit more cautious. However, all I've got now is red lights, so I don't know what car that is. So it becomes a completely different beast. And it's, you know what, Ben, if it was easy, everybody'd be doing it.
It really isn't. It really isn't.
The 85, as we went through there, the 85, as we were using him as a Charles Espinal as an example, has gone into the fueling area. And even then, coming into the fueling area, which is well lit, again, visually, it looks completely different. Now, we've got a car.
You know what? There's
off.
not a lot of light.
There's not, no.
Down in the fuel area to pick out where you need to stop. It really is not easy.
Yeah.
Yes, we have a car off, a pit out.
Talking about identifying cars from just lights, we've got a car that's pulled over to driver's right as we come off. It's just beyond the pit lane.
It's done a good job.
Yeah.
There is an opening there, look, so it could...
There's an opening behind it to the right.
Yeah, so it could be just dragged straight in, and there's a course car ready to do that. Question is, who is it?
Don't know.
23? No. Just looking at the tracker guesstimates between sectors where the cars are, and only if a car does not go through onto a next sector does it then stop, and then we find out who it is.
I am going to take, is the 917 in the pits, down on pit apron. Can you see it, Ben?
917.
Antonio Garzon, the Porsche, the Orchid Racing Porsche.
Yeah. Been in the pits for 17 minutes.
All right, it's not him then.
I mean, what we need is a side-on shot. Weirdly though, nobody stopped on the tracker, so it must be a car that has just come out the pits and
they've not stopped at the next segment.
And they've not actually broken a beat.
Estimated.
Yeah, so
that's why I think it might be a car that have just come out the pits.
Yeah, it could be right.
So who have we got in the pits at the moment? We've got
only Antonio Garzon on page
only
one.
Antonio Garzon. We've got cars in the fueling, but then...
Gonna say you're right there. That's great detective work, Joe.
Yep.
You can tell.
He used to do this for a living.
There you go.
Actually, I'm doing it for a living. There it is. That's a Porsche now. He's turned his headlights off.
And it says... no, it's 12th position Porsche. It isn't. It is Red Ant Racing 903.
It can't be the 903 championship contender. It is indeed. Well done to our TV team at 0221 for finally getting that ID. Hub Eindhoven has pulled off, the 903 has pulled off and out of third place. We're still speculating, everybody. We are still... Right, so where's the question mark?
903 did just overtake Paulo Buguera in the 90 EP2.
Right.
E2P Racing, sorry.
Right.
And for me, that looks like a GT3 car, not a 992.
I couldn't even tell that. I couldn't even tell that detail with the glare of the lights.
More muscular. But
Yeah.
I don't remember what the E2P colour looks like.
It's dark coloured. It's black and purple. Got a change of driver going on in CP Racing. We've had the car come into fueling. Charles Espinal was the driver at the time. He's handed the car over. It could well be Joey Foster going out now. We'll see when the driver identification clicks. It's showing in 13th place. So that is Hampus Eriksson. The 930 is showing. It's Pablo Baguera. Yeah, it's got the yeah, that's the car. It's the number 90.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, great spot from TV.
It's taken us a while, but yes, Pablo Baguera.
Yeah, well done.
Has
Massive team.
off.
Behind the scenes, everybody, that was a massive team effort. We've got our TV producer in the truck, metaphorically, speculating as well. We've had a couple of bashes at it, but yeah, it is the 90. Joe Foster definitely in the 85, and Dinah Binks confirmed that as the car went by her. And the 90, as you said, Ben, right beside a gap.
Yeah.
That we may get away with that. We've hitched a tow line to the rear of the car, and we'll just drag that car out the way. That'll save the need for a code 60 as the number 955 into the pits. We've got our 992 class leaders in now, haven't we? Sergio Nicolai, the driver, getting out of that car. The 995, of course, the Villi Motorsports by EV Motors, third place in 992.
Yeah, Fabian Dance is in the fueling area, so a little bit further up the road, let's say, in the 909. But they're on now on the same strategy, aren't they? With Nicolai pitting the same time as Fabian Dance.
Yeah.
Hub van Eindhoven, an hour and 40 into his stint, probably owes us a pit stop.
Let's head down to CP Racing, where Charles Espinal, having just given Joe Foster that Mercedes, he's with Dinah Binks.
Yeah, Joe took over from Charles, who's just having a quick drink here in the garage, CP Racing. Charles, it's that time of the race, really, where everything's changing. You know, we're going from day into night time. Just explain to us what that transition's like.
Well, obviously, the whole track transitions, right? We're cooling down the track. Obviously, the sun's going down. You got the different light conditions now. The track's still warm. The air's getting cooler, so the track's getting pretty good. The Hankook tires seem to really like these conditions, but yeah, now it's kind of transitioned to full dark, so we just threw Joe in for his first stint in the dark. He'll be fine.
How's the balance and the feel of the car for you?
Now, balance is really good. CP Racing guys gave us a great car. The balance works pretty good. It's just which end of the car you want grip or not. The Hankooks were working hard earlier in the day in that heat, and it was tricky for us to keep the balance good, but we made slight adjustments on the stop and got the car good.
Charles, we know you well from this series. What is it about this racing that makes you keep wanting to do it?
It's the team effort. The entire CP Racing team. You walk down up and down the pit lane, and you see the guys doing all the hard work, guys and girls doing all the hard work. And to me, that's what it's all about. Team effort. We're trying to beat that team. They're trying to beat us. Good camaraderie. And endurance racing really brings out that teamwork.
How important is it to have that around you?
It's the utmost importance. Charlie and I have been driving together for 30 years. We're ending our careers in this endurance series because we love it. That's how important it is.
We love having you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
1 minute and 10 seconds separate the lead of the race from second right now. Ralph Byrne is being caught by Julian Andlauer in our leading two GT3 cars. 1 minute and 10 is just over half a lap, though. And they are on these slightly staggered strategies. Ralph Byrne will have done nearly an hour and 15 on the tyres. He has obviously had a green flag pit stop. Andlauer has only been in the car 15 minutes and has freshies on. That's why he is pedalling faster right now. But he's taking 1 second a lap out of Ralph Byrne. And Andlauer is an incredibly fast driver as well. Pretty sure he has Le Mans to his name. And if he doesn't, he has Spa 24 Hours to his name. A Porsche junior driver, just 24 years of age.
Yeah, massive hotshot in...
Yeah, and he won the Porsche Carrera Cup France
Yeah.
in 2017 and won Le Mans in class in 2018, Porsche Carrera Cup Germany in 19, won that, third in the Super Cup. Hang on, how has he been able to do all this and he's only 24 years old? Pretty awesome. Last year, second in Le Mans in GT Am, racing in the IMSA Sports Car Championship. IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car qualifying happening as we speak. Please don't switch over those, stay with us. And if you'd like to hear that, of course, on RSL radio. Can't remember if we're on one or two, but it's on the other one.
So with time ticking by, 1:48.9 is Ralph Bonds. Last time through, 1:45.8. We know how quick Julian Andlauer is. We've just had his CV from Ben. We know he is a Porsche hotshot, and it's only going to be a matter of time before he reduces that deficit between first and second. I've got to say, I've been impressed with Gavin Pickering in the SRT Audi. Gav is a British driver who has been around sports cars for a lot of years, in and out of various series that we've covered. The SRT, Ben, dropping back at, I think, 2 laps off the lead lap. It might even be 3, actually, when that cycles through. They're basically, that's developing into a race for the final overall podium position with the CP Racing Mercedes.
And we need to be fair as well, and I think we probably don't do this enough to recognise that there are different categories within GT3. We look at it as overall.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Of course, there is the Pro-Am category in which Haas RT sits second, sadly behind Herbert Motorsport, who have very fast gentleman driver in there. The IMSA LS Group Performance car is classed as a GT3 car, not a Pro-Am or an Am. It is effectively a Pro entry because of the class of driver they've got in it. It's the only one they've got. And CP Racing are the full Am entry, and whilst they sit 4th overall, are leading their class by 19... well, no, actually, they're leading their class by 3 or 4 laps. They are sitting in 4th, 19 seconds ahead of Hash in the car collection Porsche. So, yellow flag's been cleared, I think, on the start-finishing straight now. So we're back to green flag racing. For some reason, our trackers decided to stop tracking. And the E2P Racing Porsche has made it to the fuel bay according to the timing screens. You can actually see the car in the fuel bays. It's behind the wall, of course. And actually, it only done 13 minutes on its stint, so I would not say that was a out-of-fuel situation for Paulo Nogueira in the Javier Morcillo run team car. Again, it's Spanish team. And so I think ignore the F. If you are looking at live timing, you get P's, you get F's, you get arrows. Arrows, I think, are pretty self-explanatory. P for pit stop or in the pits, and F for in the fuel station, because let's not forget that the fuel station is separate to the pit lane. There is effectively a fuel station set up here at the racetrack. At this race, it is at pit in, but at other 24 hours and 12-hour races, it can be at different places within the pit lane. And
it's great here because in other places we've got you actually turn off the pit lane and go into a compound, whereas here it's more of a lay-by situation, isn't it? Where you're in the pit lane, you just kind of pull off into a lay-by, which is where the fueling area is.
Much nicer than having like a sort of a chicane out the back of the paddock.
Yes,
basically.
or even a hairpin, sort of on a sixpence. Spa's pretty good as well because they use the downhill traditional pits, the historic pits. The fueling is there just before you go out on pit out. So you go out of the pit lane, the modern pit lane, which is on the flat on the rise to the source, and then down around the hairpin, down the hill, and into fueling.
We just cut to Tracy Crone at the wrong moment for him there, because in the night it's very hard to police track limits because it's much harder to see the limits of the circuit. And Tracy going kind of halfway between the old layout at turn 10, which was much sharper, and the new layout, which is wider. There is tarmac, which is painted. Oh, our leader's in the gravel. Ralph Bone for 91. GT3 Porsche is beached in the gravel, where though turn 4 we're being told, halfway into turn 4, kind of a weird one, and he's not getting out of there.
I'm not sure whether he's been held there. I'm not going to speculate at this stage, but he's well into the gravel, isn't he? The full car beached, all 4 wheels into the gravel. And Ralph Bone, after landing quite literally from Valencia, he jumped straight into the car. He was straight on it, 1 minute 45s, straight off the belt on those new tyres. We've got a lot of smoke coming from underneath the front of that car. I suspect that might be brakes, Ben. The smoke beginning, it's still there. And Ralph Bone, after absolute awesome stint, retaining the lead, relinquished the lead through dint of pit stops, but now he's got to be helped out of the gravel. And at this point, we've gone code 60 to recover that car, and hopefully we can get a tow line on the rear of the car. Yeah, it's going to be a quick one. We just need to pull him straight back onto the track, and Ralph Bone can get on his way. He's due a pit stop, isn't he? And a 1 hour 25.
He's at the end of his tyres.
Length. Yeah, he's got to be.
He has done.
Got to be.
He did a couple of laps under code 60, which you can't really call laps, I suppose, because there wouldn't be much consumption there. But he's had 36 minutes on this stint and 42 on the previous one. So I would say that those Hankook tyres are past their best. The intervention vehicle already with Ralph Bone being pulled sideways a little bit out of the gravel. Now the tyres hit the tarmac and he is back on terra firma and will be able to accelerate away pretty quickly if there's no damage. Now looking at the left side of the car, looks fine, just a little bit of rubber build-up on the bodywork. Have a lot of people taken this as an advantage to get fueled up? There's a fair few in there.
Quite a few, Ben.
Our tracker needs to be reset, but I'm not sure it's something we can do. Somewhere there's a controller that we can flick pages there. But there is a fair few cars in there. Ralph Bone now gets moving. Look to the right-hand side. And no, it doesn't look like there was any damage there either. So was he helped? We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. We're going to have to wait until we actually speak to Ralph Bone. We are still under code 60. That car has been dragged back onto the tarmac, and I would like to think that we will be getting that car now. Then, will Ralph Bone make his way straight around and into the pits? He's at turn 4, so he's got the majority of the lap to complete before he does that. But we wait and see.
I don't know. I mean, there's Bowsers available. Actually, quite a few Bowsers available. But how many cars are ahead of him? Doesn't look too busy in the final part of the lap, actually.
The thing is, Ben, Ralph's been in the car now 1 hour 27. Yeah. However, he hasn't used 1 hour 27 of fuel because he's been into the pits a couple of times to top off. And then he came in early to take on fuel. So this, I'm completely lost as to where that fuel consumption is.
I think it's a tyre limited thing.
Might be, yes.
Yeah. Diana, yes?
The 909 was in, and they've taken that opportunity to change the brake pads on that 909 car. But yeah, quite a lot of activity down here in the pit lane now during this code 90. As you said, lots of people coming in, taking that opportunity to do what they need to do before they get back out on the race. I'm going to head up further to the pit lane to see what's happening up the other end.
So the 909 is our leading 992 category car of the Breukers, the Red Camels Jordan Porsche. Doing a brake change after
7
hours. We've got 15 to go.
Well, if your brakes will do 17 hours, right?
Yeah.
Then any time after 5 hours will do.
Sure.
Yeah. However, if your brakes will only do 8 hours, then we're going to see it in for another set of brakes. We've gone back to green.
We've gone back to green with the leader of the race in the pits. The 76 is trolling down pit lane. Has it actually gone into the fuel area? No, it hasn't.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. It's already been in. It did show. Yeah, it's gone from F to P. Did see that. Yeah. So the 76 now, having taken the lead, having come into the pits, taken the lead, Ralph Bond drops to second. Gap at the line last time through. Ralph Bond stays out. Was 9 seconds. So that's certainly flipped the race completely on its head.
Yeah, absolutely. Byrne, is he in the fuel bay still? I don't know if he even came into the pits. We're a little bit blind up in the commentary position at the moment. I think live timing is having a bit of a moment. Not just the tracker, but kind of everything. So the live timing at the circuit is still working. And Lauer is marked as out. So he fueled, but then went straight back out because the driver, which hasn't changed, and his last pit stop was 2 minutes. So it was a short stop.
Stayed on the tyres?
Stayed on the tyres, for sure. Ralph Bone still suggested that he's back out on circuit.
Yeah.
After a 3 minutes and 30 pit stop.
He came by.
Sure
came by, didn't come in the pits, came by.
Did he not come in the pits?
No, he came by 9 seconds behind the Andlau Porsche.
Remarkable.
So, yeah, we've lost our tracker, haven't we?
We've lost more than that.
Yeah.
Nothing seems to be very happy at the moment.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
You've still got a yellow flag going on your screen.
I've still got the 91 in the lead on this one.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. So we'll wait and see for that to sort itself out. And now Ralph Bond comes through as the leader.
Really?
Yes. So the lead has changed. I'm looking at the timing screen, Ben, not out the window.
No, I'm not sure we had a car that came past.
I know. So Ralph Bond has come through. So he actually took the lead whilst the 76 IMSA car was in the pits. Julian Andlauer went, all right, it showed 9 seconds behind. Andlauer has come through 25 seconds behind. So Ralph Bond has not come into the pits to check anything over. He's happy with the car, and he continues on his way. 91 minutes he's been in that car. So that is a baptism of fire, isn't it?
And the tyres are a good 1 hour 15 into their lasting. That's a beautiful drone shot.
That's fabulous, yeah. What a great place to spectate that would be.
And as you said earlier on, the spectators that were on the grid at the start of the race making Nick's life difficult have all returned this evening.
Yeah, they'll be here about 3 in the morning.
Just great. Great atmosphere.
Yeah, that's a great shot, isn't it? The surrounding area as well, just outside of Barcelona, in the Montmeló region of this area of Spain. Just south of the Pyrenees as well, so we do get a bit of weather now and again. But there's a reason why this area of Spain is a holiday destination as well, with beautiful beaches down there just off the on the Med. And what a place to come racing. This race been going since 1998. The first ever 24 hours of Barcelona was ran. It was ran as a touring car event for a number of years until the 24/8 series took it over. And then in 2011 was the first time we ran it as a GT3 race. It was won by a BMW Z4, Schubert Motorsport.
Now, we heard from Diana that the 992 category leader, the 909 Red Camels Jordan, pitted and changed their brakes. They did so in 3 minutes, if that was right.
Wow.
And if you look at the top 4 now, they're separated pretty much by 20 seconds in that class.
In the 992 class.
Yeah, and all the other 992 cars in that battle for the lead
that's brilliant.
had longer pit stops than Red Camels.
That is a brilliant situation to be. All right, 15 hours to go. I can assure everybody the 992 class is going to look something like that, with the cars absolutely battling all the way to the flag. We've seen it many times in this class, and that comes down to it's a cup car. The 992 GT3 911 is a cup car. They are robust, they are bulletproof, touch wood, touch everything, but they're a great car, and they work well in the various international sprint series. Pretty much as every country got a Carrera Cup championship. I think it has, you know. And they work really well as an endurance racing car.
So Luke Breukers is 8 seconds ahead of Ayrton Redon in that class. The 903 Redon racing machine right up there now. They weren't there at the start, but they've been crawling their way forwards and ahead of Sabina de Castro in the Willy Motorsport car that did lead the class early doors. They are 15 seconds back from Luke Breukers. And then we've got the Swedish car, which is only a second back from Willy Motorsport. The HRT Performance, Hampus Eriksson driving that car right now, the 930. And as I say, there's less than a second for third position in 992. Then there's a bit of a gap to Tracy Crone, who is the next car, but of course leading Am by a massive margin by dint of the incredible Le Mans experience that his full team have.
Yeah. And looking to do very well out of the 24H Series European Championship as well. They're certainly in contention for a class championship, but also very much in contention to be at our championship presentation tomorrow afternoon in the paddock, where we'll be crowning our 2023 champions in all of our classes, and of course our overall GT and Touring Car Endurance Series champions for this year.
21 now, 21 seconds between Ralph Bon and Julian Anlauer. But I think that's a bit of a fake number, because we are... Tracy Crone's facing the wrong direction.
What were you just saying there, Ben?
Sorry.
All that Le Mans experience?
Sorry.
Well, he's got a lot of experience of getting that car back into the race.
Little brake fire going on as well.
Glowing.
Well, the left one was on fire.
I'm wondering if he's had a bit of brake fade there, because that was at turn 10, wasn't it? Just going through turns 12 now. The heat's gone out of those brakes. No, they haven't. That brake's still glowing red.
That left one is, isn't it?
Yes, that left brake disc glowing red. I'm not sure that should be that. Well, in that condition,
when stationary, the heat soak does tend to do that, doesn't it?
Yeah,
initially.
but you've now got air ducted to that brake disc. Now that should be cooling straight off. This is the heavy braking area into turn 1. So he's just come out of turn 14, heading down the straight into turn 1, and that is absolutely glowing. They do tend to cool off pretty quickly. Got a massive amount of air being directed straight onto that braking area.
I think my live timing system is caught up with itself, which is good news. And just confirming that Julian Andlauer did come into the pits during that code 60. It was only a 2-minute fuel, but I don't think there was a change for tyres, but he's still on much fresher tyres than Ralph Bon is ahead of him. Down to 16 seconds. That was a very slow lap from Ralph Bon. Whether he was in traffic. Yes, he was in traffic, so getting past some slower cars that, of course, Julian Andlauer will have to sort out as well. In fact, Ralph Bon's on the same pit of tarmac as Gavin Pickering, so there is a 3-lap difference between first and third spots. They are just rounding the end of the lap, but just 16 seconds between our front two. What about that battle for the 992 category car? 909 leading.
Spread out a bit now, I think.
They just come across the line, have they not?
Yeah, about 10 seconds in it now.
Yeah.
It's Luke Breukers in the 909.
He got 11 seconds over Ayrton Redon.
11 seconds over Ayrton Redon in the Redon Porsche, and then Sabina de Castro in the Willy Motorsport, a further 8 seconds behind them.
Haas RT with a time penalty, 18 seconds for exceeding the speed limit during the code 60. I've actually got a page that tells me all of these penalties, because I know there are quite a few that kind of get collected, don't they? And the Ferrari's got one as well. Oh.
So, what are we after?
Who else has got penalties that still need to be served?
We've got quite a few, actually.
Oh, no, they've all been served.
Yes, they have issued. We've got the 22.
22 and
that's
21.
the Ferrari. 20 seconds for speed limit violation, and the number 21. So the 22 is, of course, the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. The 21 is the Gavin Pickering-driven Haas RT, both exceeding speed limits during Code 60s. They've just been issued. Another one outstanding is the number 967, not respecting refueling regulations. We've seen that one before, and that's a 10-second one. 18 seconds for Gavin Pickering's car, the SRT. 18 seconds.
Ralph Bone must be coming into the pit soon. This is nearly an hour since his last pit stop. And he was on the set of tyres before that.
He did have a full tank, didn't he?
It's going to be...
He absolutely... I mean, so that was the strategy. To come in after, what, 42 minutes?
Yeah.
Put the fuel in the tank, give him, you know, over an hour of fuel, and then for him to go out and absolutely destroy those tyres.
But you can't go as fast as the guys behind if you're trying to stretch the tyres that long, surely.
He's not going as fast as he was. He went straight out and did a 45. He's been in the 47s, 48s for the last few laps now. The gap's 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 12.7, let's call that. And Julian Andlauer's putting in 45.7s, 45s, 45s, 45s.
There's not many people that can do that.
No, people like Andlauer can.
Yeah.
In that IMSA car.
Have you got the fastest lap of the race on your screen? Stats, isn't it?
Yeah. Best lap history is the lap 213, a 143.439.
143?
Yeah, that's Jochen Krumback in the Ferrari.
And Tracy Crone facing the wrong direction for a second time. And he's reversing across the circuit. Oh, it's not Tracy Crone. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, he hasn't got the 7 illuminated. Looks like number 90. Off he goes again. Still those front brakes glowing. And yeah, 9 o'clock local time. We've got 2 more hours left of our broadcast before we take a break for the evening. The race, of course, will continue, and therefore we're going to have a strategy switch. Myself, Joe Bradley, and Ben Constanduris say a good night to you, and we'll leave you in the very capable hands of Johnny Palmer in just a few seconds, and firstly, Bruce Jones.
Well, that was fun, and just looking at Julian Andlauer, he's brought into the IMSA team for one purpose, and that's to give chase and set fast laps, and he's doing that all the time. The gap between first and second, ever since that setback for Ralph Bone, flown in from Valencia, but he had the rotation, but more to the point, just driving into the gravel up at turn 4. Took a while for the car to get brought out, but obviously with code 60 being issued, he didn't lose as much time, but they came in the pits together. Gap now, it was 21 seconds after Julian Andlauer returned to the track from the pits in the IMSA Porsche. It's down to 8.5 seconds. Ralph Bone must be pitting very soon indeed. He's had a very, very long stint so far, 1 hour and 41 minutes. It's not as though he wasn't doing much earlier today. He was only competing in a sprint race down at Valencia. He'll be going back to do the second sprint race tomorrow, but right now he is being hunted down. But I think he will be making the pit stop before he gets caught by Julian Andlauer. But with every lap, Andlauer, the French Porsche racer, has been closing in. Conditions dry, which is certainly what we did not have 24 hours ago. It's a beautiful, balmy evening, and as ever with the Spanish crowds at the Barcelona 24 hours, they come in. The grandstand overlooking turn 10 is chock full at the moment, so there was a real influx of people as I was crossing through the tunnel to get from the pits to the grandstand side to come to our lofty commentary position. But we saw a lot of people, Johnny Palmer, going out of the circuit with their sort of spoils for the day. Many a Hankook, very used, being escorted out of the circuit, and people find out as they go down 2 flights of stairs, then up 3, they're quite heavy. Even with most, actually the heaviest thing is all the pickup on them. But certainly a couple of sort of teenagers, they look quite fit at the start and very knackered by the time they'd emerged into the dark on the other side of the tunnel.
Rolling them through the paddock is the simple thing, but then you've got to realise you've got to take it down 2 flights of steps to get underneath the track. I'm always very cautious. If I'm the first heading down the steps for the tunnel, is there somebody behind me with a couple of tyres that are going to then let loose and wipe me out, but it hasn't happened so far.
Well, it nearly happened to me. I didn't quite catch the word, but it was the Spanish equivalent of oops, and then I heard a tyre bouncing down the stairs behind me, so that was a little bit interesting. But yes, so they've got plenty to take home, and then realise that their parents probably don't want them in the house, so they have to stick them in the garage for a bit.
Well, perfect to keep outside, fill with compost and grow yourself a little garden, potentially. The other thing that I've not seen collected in with such energy before, brake discs from a GT3 car. I hope the used ones rather than having off with a new set for overnight. But yeah, I mean, they talking about things that weigh quite a bit. A used brake disc, first of all, you've got to make sure it's cooled sufficiently for about 3 hours and then lump the thing home, or at least to the car in the car park. They'll learn very quickly that's, you know, it sounds like a good idea to take one of those home, but what on earth do you do with it then? Yes, tyres are multifunctional. You could make a coffee table, you could, as I say, stick it in the garden, grow a tree out of it. Brake discs, I'm not so sure about.
No,
anyway.
But anyhow, they were gathering fun, but certainly the grandstand's filling up, the main grandstand. That wonderful time, we're about, where are we now? We're 9 o'clock, so we're an hour into darkness, and suddenly the pits just look so much more exciting. Not many cars in at the moment after that recent flurry with the Code 60 because of Ralph Bone's rotation, but with the lights on in the pit, the hospitality above, you know, it's a twinkly little place down there. Looking to see if we can see Diana Binks walking up and down the pit lane. She's hunting for stories at the moment, but as she and Nick Damon find out, you have periods where after a Code 60, nothing happens for a while because everyone's made their refueling if they want it, but we do know the race leader, the Herbert Motorsports Porsche, should be coming in. Di, what's happening down there?
You were correct, Bruce. Nothing at the moment. It's all gone a little bit quiet, but there's lots of mosquitoes here who come to join us, and they're attacking me like you would not believe. However, I am walking up and down the pit lane just to find out what I can, but most people are taking this moment to relax if they're not having to do any work on the car or one of the engineers. All the engineers, of course, are headset on, fixed firmly to a screen, but it's pretty quiet in this pit lane. But we are waiting, as you say, for the 91 to come in at any point now. So we're just making sure that we're ready when that happens.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Di. And Ralph Bone, busy day, as we said, raced down at Valencia, then raced to get up here along with Robert Renauer to take over as drivers 4 and 5 in the 5-driver lineup for the Herbert Motorsport Porsche crew. And they'll be flying back down after their night stints to go and play again at Valencia. So come Monday, I don't think they need to do very much whatsoever. But that little slip up, we still don't know if Ralph Bone was pushed off. We know he's getting towards the end of tyre life. When he didn't rotate, he just went into the gravel at turn 4, the right-hander, once you've made that initial climb away from turns 1 and 2. But he should be coming in very soon. The gap back to Julian Andlauer for the IMSA Porsche is just 8 seconds.
Yeah, and ordinarily Julian should be able to take a reasonable amount of time per lap out of Ralph Bone's times, and perhaps even more so. Well, this is a difficult question now for Herbert. How much do they stand to lose by bringing in Ralph perhaps a little earlier than originally scheduled, and switch driver because he's been at the wheel now for an hour and 46 minutes? But the problem is, they can't necessarily get enough fuel into that car, or certainly to make it as valuable a stint as it might be if the tank were a little bit empty. So they might have to allow Julian Andlauer to take the lead, a little bit like that stint earlier on, actually, when he got by Daniel Alleman, and then Alleman, as it turned out, was on an in-lap anyway. So keep the car out, focus on your own strategy often. We've mentioned this a few times now. Don't get distracted by battles in the moment, because actually Julian Andlauer is about an hour shy of the stage that Herbert Motorsport are at, as in an hour and 47 drive time for Ralph Bone, only 42 minutes in this current stint for Julian Andlauer, and it's every likelihood that the Frenchman will be able to get by the German before either of those cars pit. But it doesn't necessarily mean that Herbert aren't still in a strong position.
No, entirely so. And don't forget, in the 24H series, points are awarded at the halfway point in a 24-hour race, and a dollop of 20 points for the car that's in the lead, 18 for second, 16 for third, 14, 12, etc., down to 1 point for 15th. So that's just under 3 hours away. But really, it's got to between those two leading Porsche crews. The 91 that's leading the race for Herbert Motorsport, and Julian Andau 76 for IMSA LS Group Performance. They've got a margin of best part of 3 laps over the third place car. Gavin Pickering's driving that, the Haas RT Audi, then the CP Racing Mercedes, that's leading the GT3 AM class, and at the moment it's Joe Foster who is the 5th driver in that cycle to get hold of the number 85 Mercedes.
Keeping an eye as well on Gavin Pickering in his first GT3 race for quite a little while, actually. Has regularly featured for Speed Lover and for Red Ant Racing and Porsche Lorient Racing in one make Porsche Cup 24H Series action. But, well, unless earlier this year, prior to 2023, has never actually featured in the top class of the 24H Series. So this is a good opportunity for Gavin, the 43-year-old from the UK, to potentially drive a little bit more for Haas, maybe in the future. Actually, I can tell you for a fact that this is his first action in GT3 racing in 24H Series, because there's been that high rotation of Haas drivers, and this is the first race of the year for Pickering, joined by Chris Cools, who again has not experienced the 21 car so far this year. Mika Panu and Max Hoffer returning after they featured a little bit earlier on in the year. Mathieu Jetri has been the only common component for all 5 races so far, Bruce.
Now, I don't know if this one's been picked up. We were talking earlier, when you think Herbert Motorsport, you think all black livery with a bit of trim, but it's red and it's white, and Ian McCarthy, who follows all things GT all around the world, often comments on Twitter, or X as I am supposed to call it right now, when we're doing the Langstrecken series, the VLN, or the NLS as we call it now. The Herbert car, he says, may well be the chassis they've been running in GT Open this season with Lion Speed, and that's certainly the race livery that Lion Speed have been carrying, and that would make sense because GT Open is largely on the Iberian Peninsula. So that's probably a very, very good point. And again, it just reiterates how busy you can be if you want to have as many GT races as you possibly can in the year 2023. There'll be more next year as well. And of course, GT3 will become the GT class of the World Endurance Championship next year. So for those that have really started to make their name in this category, the world at the moment is very much their oyster. Lucky times. But that's sport, that's life. Right place, right time. So they tell me.
If only you were there.
If only.
At any of those correct times. Yeah, the GT span, I suppose, of different regulations of cars is actually very much narrowing now. Whether that's ultimately a healthy thing, I suppose only time will tell, but it does mean that if you've bought a GT3 car at a high cost, your options then are phenomenal, perhaps greater than they've ever been and will be in 2024. But in the case of CP Racing, they've worked out they actually need more than one GT3 car if you want to compete in as many championships as they do. So 2, 3, maybe even 4 separate cars. 2 cars going side by side there, and the Vortex needing to be a little bit cautious because of the marbles again that have built up at turn 10. If you find yourself out in the dirt and the dust very quickly, it's diminishing returns and you'll fall off the track before you even know it.
Yeah, actually, it's a relatively light circuit. There's certainly, whenever we get a drone shot, the one thing that absolutely strikes me is when I first came here, the circuit was in basically rolling hills in the countryside, but now the lights stretch the whole way back to Barcelona. I guess it's not unusual in terms of being a city that's expanding, but this was the open countryside with a few factory units, and that was it. But boy, oh boy, it's grown. It's quite hard to find your landmarks these days coming into the circuit, but still a really, really enjoyable place to come racing. And the temperature outside, by the way, is considerably more comfortable than it was at the middle of the day when it was up to 27 degrees. Just double checking what it is at the moment, waiting for a signal to hit my phone in Paret de Valais. So the Valais is Paret to the near Montmelo, and it's now 23 degrees, so that's pretty comfortable. And by 5 in the morning it should have dropped to 20, and therefore about 7:30 we get light in the sky, and it really rises pretty soon after that. So not an enormous temperature span, which actually is quite a help for the teams, but right now certainly much more comfortable.
True, you don't want too much fluctuation, and they had way too much of that arguably yesterday, with the rain certainly dipping the temperature at times as well, the ambient temperature, although a warm slash sweaty day and then had rain. It did get a little uncomfortable, even just walking around the paddock.
Still just waiting for Ralph Bone to pit, and the gap between first and second down to just under 0.3 of a second. Julian Andlauer is right onto his tail, getting very close as they go down the back straight towards turn 10. It's going to be a change of position, can't quite see in the cover of darkness, but he's been hunted down royally by number 91 with Julian Andlauer. Ralph Bone still in 91, Julian Andlauer getting closer and closer all the time. Just waiting for that passing manoeuvre. I'm also waiting for Ralph Bone to dive into the pits. His stint length, best part of 2 hours, 1 hour 53.5 minutes.
So keeping an eye out, they'll be across the line very shortly indeed.
Andlauer's in front, coming through the final corner. His little dot on the screen just in front.
All right, well, let's check the order. It's 0.6 of a second already, and you're right now in the favour of the Frenchman. So a 0.2 of a second deficit through the last split reverses to 0.6, and Ralph Bone not needing to be concerned about that. They are in different classes at the end of the day as well, although same spec of machinery. So we still have the same class leaders, GT3 versus GT3 Pro-Am. And the AM leader in the top 4 as well, in the form of Joe Foster's CP Racing Mercedes. So all 3 GT3 category leaders are featuring in the top 4. Meantime, the 992s as far up as 9th position now, with Luc Breukers at the wheel of the first of the Porsches in the bright orange and black livery, although you can't tell that at this level of light. Red Ant Racing's 903 for Ayrton Redon is in second position ahead of Hampus Ericsson's HRT Performance 992 Porsche.
Right, if you were with us in the opening couple of hours of the race, you'd have seen Jochen Krumbach streaking away at the start of the race. He went from 3rd into the lead of the race by turn 2. He got a minute and 20 seconds clear, just looking totally comfortable. The car was handed to Leonard Weiss, and then there's a collision down at turn 1 where he was actually hit by the GT2 Mercedes and rotated. He lost all of that lead because he just rejoined as the number 76 Porsche, the IMSA performance car, came through. So that swapped around. It dropped them down to about 28th position, but chipping away and still showing really good pace. It's picked its way up the order towards the tail of the top 10. Not there yet. The Ferrari keeps going well, but it's lapping faster than the front runners. 1 minute 46 is for Leonard Weiss, back on board. Second generation of the Weisses in that car, sharing with father George Weiss as well, but it's a case of what might have been. But just remember, they lost 11 laps with subsequent, not repairs, there were things wrong with the Ferrari, something not quite right with the 296. We surmised it might have been the clutch, but 11 laps lost. You're very, very unlikely to win a 24 H Series race with that, but keeps on picking its way up the order. GTX class is being still led by, it's up and down this class. We've had the Lamborghini in the lead of it for a long time. That's back in 3rd place, but almost a lap clear is the KTM, Resume More Than Racing entry. Dominic Albert, car number 714. Nathan Van Springel in the VDS Racing Adventures Mark car is 2nd in that class. And the Cholet Racing Lamborghini had a little bit of an off early in the race, nothing untoward, but that's fallen down to 3rd in class. But again, just looking to gauge who owes us a pit stop next, and there's actually no clear advantage to anyone in that group. But they're lying covered by 4 positions, the top 3 cars in GT8. Just to be complete, GT4 is being led by Atlas BX Motorsport. Johnny, has it been thus ever since the start of the race? I do feel that's the case.
Feels like it has, certainly. They've had a long run out front and a very well-run team as well. Keeping my eyes peeled on Ralph Bone, who has come off the racetrack into the fueling area now. And Binksy, if you can hear me, I'd head towards Herbert Motorsport, because Ralph Bone, if he doesn't know already, the series have got a little surprise up their sleeves for a certain anniversary for Ralph Bone in terms of his commitment to the championship. So look out for the half red, half white Porsche, which is still in the fueling area at the moment. We'll be heading towards the main pit lane in a couple of ticks. And the 91 driver expected to get out because he's been at the wheel of that car for very nearly 2 hours. And it's not quite going to be a this is your life moment, although there might be a bit of history read to him after a number of years as part of Herbert Motorsport's lineup.
Do you think after 50 races or whatever it is that he's done in that car, he gets a sort of a joker card he can play? This lets you off 1 track limits warning, or what do you reckon?
50 races just for that. Yeah, hey, it's worth doing, isn't it? I thought you meant that he might, have a kind of pro driver plugged in, labelled as Ralph Bone, and then he could have stayed in Valencia all weekend and just had a guest driver pretending to be he.
You're just so much more devious than I am.
I am. It's
it's the company
DNA.
you mix in, you know.
And now there's a problem here for the 91 car because it stopped at a Bowser and they then pushed it back to another one, and it's not been filled with fuel. Now that's not the penalty box, is it? This is another fuel stop that it's having to do. So have they got genuine problems trying to get the fuel into the 91 car? It stopped in the initial place, then the mechanics pushed it back around the same pump, and now it has inched its way forward to another pump.
So the next awning, effectively.
Yeah, so it's either I can't imagine there are 3 dodgy pumps.
No.
So presumably that's now an issue with the car, but I'll keep my eyes peeled for car number 91 unless there is a delay sorting out this presentation for Ralph and they've said keep him down there, we're not ready for him yet.
Yeah, let him fill it. But of course in the early stages of the races, cars were coming in. We had quite a few code 60s and they're only allowed half a tank, so the subsequent pit stops for fuel when you're filling a tank completely, they do seem to take a lot longer. But he was on the middle Bowser, he's now on the 4th of the 5 Bowsers, one closer towards pit in, but it does seem an enormously long time he's there. So not only had Julian Andlauer taken the lead of the race from Herbert Motorsport for IMSA, but he was then starting to pull clear, and while he stays out, he's 55 minutes into his stint, so could have another 20 minutes or so. He's going to stretch that advantage, but it does seem like an eternity.
I want to try and give you a ballpark figure of a pit stop when it goes well so that we can compare and contrast. So it's one of its previous stops, well, its shortest pit stop was 3 minutes and 2 seconds. So you can theoretically get fuel into it and a driver change, tyres change and then back out again by only spending 3 or maybe 3.5 minutes in the pit stop. But we're now at 4.5 minutes and it's all been spent in the fueling area. So this might be taking one of our key players, not necessarily out of contention, but a little bit further down the order when we've, hours-wise, we've had nearly 10 of them. It is now finally on the move. I've directed you, Binksy, to the correct place. Now
and stopping at the penalty box now. So, but bear in mind, we were talking about the IMSA Porsche and the Herbert Motorsport Porsche were 3 laps clear of the Haas RT Audi. Gavin Pickering driving that is now on the same lap as Ralph Bone. It was about 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds at a standstill, but Ralph Bone going down the pit lane and should be arriving with Diana any moment now.
Yeah, Binksy, I'd said to go there because something special arranged for Ralph Bone, but actually you might be on the tip of a story as well, because this pit stop's taking way longer than it should do. See what you can find out, but also we need to applaud Ralph Bone.
Car is just arriving, actually, Johnny, so I'll just let that take its course. Ralph is jumping out of the car, and they're just cleaning the windscreen and changing the tyres on that car. It does look as if it's got a lot of rubber wear all over it, but the guys are doing a very quick job to clean that. It's just sorting out Alfred, I think it is, it's getting in after him. So we're just going to wait here for Ralph to get a few minutes to just get himself together. He's been in the car, as we know, for a long time today. So I'll be back to you in a few moments, if you don't mind.
Not at all. And as I say, we want it to be a real focus on Ralph's commitment to the 24H series, but it'll definitely be worth a question as to exactly why he spent so long in the fueling area. He may not, of course, know the immediate answer. The team could know a bit more, and they'll be heading back up towards the garage now. But at least the 91 is back in the race, and with a certain Robert Renauer at the wheel, in fact. So fuel stop took a lot longer because, well, I've got a last lap time which incorporates the pit stop of 6 minutes and 55 seconds. That's a lot longer than a standard stop, Bruce.
It really is. And of course, Robert Renauer is the second of the drivers who come up from Valencia, so they've had a very, very busy day. Let's see if he does a stint for the best part of 2 hours like Ralph Bone just did. But certainly that's the 4th and 5th drivers into the cycle for Herbert Motorsport. The crews that had all their drivers here at the start of the day have already got to their 5th drivers by and large in their rotation. But what was the delay at the pumps? That is the burning question of the moment.
Looking out for other stops that have been made in and around that, but there weren't any, basically, so I can't compare immediately. As I say, a good stop where, well, the quickest stop, which may well have only been a half tank in fairness, 3 minutes, and then much more than about 4 or 4.5, and it starts to verge into danger territory. We talk about tenths here and half a second there, but mammoth time lost potentially in the pit stop, as also another car needing to make a penalty stop is the HRT performance car of Nicholas Stertzinger, 9.67, running 5th in the 992 class. Timing screen starting to look a little bit more like I expected now, with the top 8 featuring GT3 cars, but still that mixture of standard GT3, Pro-Am and Am lineups. The 992s then are right on the lower end of the top 10 from 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, and a really good fight there considering we are nearly 9.5 hours into this race.
Yeah, you might think if you've been looking at the timing screens after a couple of hours, well, did we have some of the Porsche Cup cars, including the Red Camel Jordan car, running 5th or 6th or even 5th, but that's because they have longer stints, and it takes quite a few stints for the GT3 cars for that to settle down, but still some very, very good running from Red Camel's Jordan. Luke Breukers, the younger of the Breukers brothers, got a 23-second advantage over Hampus Eriksson in the Swedish crewed HRT performance car number 930. And Ayrton Redant is just another 9 seconds behind, and 9 seconds behind in the 4th car in the class. Really motorsport by Evian Motors for a lot of the early stages of the race, up to certainly the 6-hour mark. That was running 2nd in class and was the closest challenger to Red Camel's Jordan. But right now, Luke Breukers is stretching the advantage at the front of that class, so he's sitting on a comfortable lead for now.
There was a driver change in 9.67 after it served its penalty, because Mauro Calamia has taken that car over. Let's get straight down to Binksy again at Herbert.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Yes, I am with Ralph, who's just jumped out of the car, so he's just having a minute to get himself together. Now, it does feel like you've been racing the whole day today.
Well, I raced in the morning only half an hour, or in the afternoon half an hour, then I went here to Barcelona, and now 1.5 hours. So it's not the whole day. There's some time left, I think.
Well, it's great to see you here. You made it in time to get involved in this part of the race. You've been out there on the track, and you had a moment on track. Was it a moment yourself, or were you helped?
Sorry, can you please repeat?
You had a moment there on track where you went off track.
Okay.
Was that your side, or were you helped off?
No, that's not my own mistake. The rear tires, they lose grip, and I was a little bit too early on throttle, so I spun and went to Crevel. Unfortunately, sorry for the team. The rest was okay, I think.
Looks like you've got some really good pace
Yes.
in the car. You're obviously happy with the balance that you're getting from it.
Yeah, all over. I'm happy with the balance of the car. It's different to the new one, which we drive normally this year, but the old one is not a bad one, huh, I think.
Ralph, thank you so much. But just before you go, I just want to ask Peter Fry from the Creventic series here, who wants to just say a few words to you.
Yes, because this is a special race for you. I think, it's already the 50th race with us, 24-hour series. You're the 6th person who managed to reach now 50. And then we go, of course, to the 60, 70, and so on, and so on, and so on. We are very happy that you are so loyal to us and to our series. And therefore, we have a few, I think, nice surprises for you. The first one, Gary, please come to the front, is a very special watch. It's handmade. It's a unique one. It's personalized. It's a piece of art. This one is for you.
Just take this box. I keep the box and you. Yes, that's it. Thank you, Gary. Thank you. You're welcome. It's handmade by you, I think. No, not so beautiful.
Thank you. Okay, that's one.
Thank you very much.
And then we also have a very special poster for you. It's more or less the whole history of you with us. Oh, thank you. And of course, we have champagne and cake to celebrate. I hope you like it, and I hope you will be with us for many, many, many years.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also to the Creventic team and to the team of Herbert Motorsport. Without you, without Herbert, I wouldn't have made the 50s. Even my own age is over 50, so it's now the 50s race. Thank you very much to all who guided me.
You're welcome, and celebrate.
Well, what a way to do it as well, with sweat
Great,
pouring down his brow. Ralph Bone with 50 races in the book. He could yet reach another 50, I suppose, but trying to kind of grin through that sapping energy of very nearly a couple of hours behind the wheel of the 91 car. That's how much the 24H Series care about their drivers, though, and recognise a really good run behind the wheel of generally Porsches and generally in the same lineup at Herbert, Bruce.
It's been rock solid, so a lovely looking watch. I really like that poster they gave him celebrating from his first race to his 50th. But right now, after 2 hours in the car, after a commute from Valencia, a 1 hour sprint race, okay, he only had half an hour in the car in Valencia, but it's still the nerves, and that race start was potentially going to be delayed, and you're worried about the logistics. You come here, you've been at the circuit very short amount of time, you're shoved in the car, you do the best part of 2 hours, right at the end with your tyres down to not a lot, you make a little error, but the car was brought back. But we still need to find out really why that pit stop was taking as long, because instead of being just a lap down on the race leading IMSA Porsche, which would probably give that back when it makes its pit stop in about 10 minutes time, he's now back in third place. So more to the point, the car is with Robert Renauer, the other driver who was competing down at Valencia today, now doing his first stint, and I reckon Robert will probably run likewise about an hour and 45, maybe 2 hours, maybe 2 hours 10 in the car, which will be a double stint. That seems to be what they're doing. But the big question is really what happened at that pit stop. And if you just missed it for a moment, not the pit stop, it was the refueling stop before, where they tried one fuel Bowser, stayed there for a while, nothing seemed to happen, and then forward to the next one in line. And then after that, they had to serve a stop and go penalty, or more to the point, a time sitting on the naughty step at the entrance to the pit lane. Seemed to be about 10 seconds at a standstill. But you could just see in that interview how hard Ralph Bone had been working. It's a busy day, but that shows his dedication to the 24H Series. So much success, and once more.
The 10-second penalty, you can kind of, let slip, because there are other cars that will get 10-second penalties, and it should all sort of balance out in the long run. But the bit prior to that in the fueling area could be very, very costly indeed, and not even a driver of Robert Renauer's capability will close in on. Well, if I tell you, the gap separating Julian Andlauer and Gavin Pickering is something like 5 minutes. It's going to be 3 and a bit laps. In fact, crossing the line now, Gavin Pickering. So 3 laps down, effectively, on Julian Andlauer. The Herbert car may even be a further lap back from that now, whereas it was roughly on the same lap as Julian Andlauer before that problem in the pits happened. So quickly things can change, and if you're not paying attention as well, just happened to be peering down at Ralph Bone, because I knew what was going to happen next in terms of that presentation.
Yeah, well, you think about the way things have changed in this race. The first 2 hours totally belonged to the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. Of course, that crew won this event last year, but that was with a 488. They're using this year's brand new 296. All was going smoothly. One bit of contact for Leonard Weiss, and round he went. It took an age for him to get the car on the exit of turn 2, pointing the right way. Then he had to wait for the gap in the traffic that took forever and a day, maybe 45 seconds, maybe more. He rejoined just as the IMSA Porsche was coming through, and it nipped up the inside of him into turn 3. That was the first big change, but then mechanical problems for the Ferrari dumped it down to about 28th position out of the 39 runners. And it's been a fight back from then. Just checking on the Ferrari, it's up to about 13th position now. Still the fastest car out on the track. Actually, that said, Robert Renauer is now the fastest driver on the track. But it's been a very, very good run for the Ferrari team. But what a setback. You do not regain 11 laps in the blink of an eye.
Just caught a glimpse of Jaromir Jiric in the Bulgaria ZM Racing AMG GT4. That car now third in the GT4 category. Speaking of delayed cars, but Atlas BX Motorsports leading the 403 car, 27th when you combine all of the cars in this race. Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport in a healthy second place after they had difficulties with their BMW G82. Felix Partle now at the wheel of 431 and ticking off a decent amount of laps. In fact, in the GT4 class, the quickest car is the BMW, even faster than that Atlas BX car has managed to go so far. It's Yong Kyung Kim in the wheel at the wheel of the Mercedes. 153.5, its best lap. That BMW's capable of a 152.8 though, so it could at times take about a second a lap out of it. The problem is that BMW has had a variety of issues, and Martin Kroll was describing to Nick Damon what they have been through the course of the race.
Haas RT there, Audi back into third place. It was that before the pit stops. It's the turn for Gavin Pickering to report to the pits for Sandrine Haas's team. So he goes back behind the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So Robert Renau is setting some very good pace, faster than Julian Andlau. Julian's very close to the end of his stint, an hour and nearly 9 minutes on board for him, and that's it's only 11 minutes in this stint for Robert Renau. So he's getting the best out of his Hankook. The temperature continuing to fall towards 20 degrees, where it's supposed to be the coolest point of the night at about 5 o'clock in the morning, but settling in. But you know, how many times do we have people racing in 2 different circuits, in 2 different Porsches on one day? It's still relatively rare, but think back to the 1960s, early 70s. You'd have people like Mario Andretti trying to commute across from the Monaco Grand Prix to the Indy 500. Boy, oh boy. Bear in mind, you can imagine those days when the Concorde was launched, suddenly they had a little more chance of combining the two. But even so, you'd only be flying from London or Paris to New York. You'd still need to get a flight up to Indianapolis. But you think it's modern drivers just jumping from one circuit to another? No, people have been doing it as long as they possibly can.
Now, assuming that the Haas RT Audi stopped for fuel, and why would it not have done, then it's reached the timing beam in the pits in 2 minutes 13. The equivalent time for the Herbert car took 6 minutes and 55 seconds. So we're talking 4.5 minutes of a delay, I reckon, for the 91 Robert Renau now driven Herbert Motorsport Porsche. It's just done its best lap of the race, but it's going to have to do a few more than that now to close a 6-minute gap on Julian Andlauer when they were nose to tail prior to the stop.
Exactly. Bear in mind that the lead changed the lap before Ralph Bone came in. Often is the case. He decided to cede the position, but there was basically going to be no stopping Julian Andlauer. Had been taking 2.5 seconds a lap out of Bone's race lead, but right now 1 minute 44.772 seconds, fastest lap so far in the race. 286 laps on the board for Herbert Motorsport. Yes, conditions are getting cooler, but Robert Renau is probably trying just that extra bit to make up the time lost. We've got to get to the foot of why it took so long for the Herbert Porsche to be refueled and why it took 2 pumps.
Possibly 3.
Yeah, possibly.
Gavin Pickering remains at the wheel of the 21 car to fill you in with that. So the Haas RT car is now back into the race. No driver change. It did look like they were giving him brand new tyres, though. So don't be surprised to see the Haas RT Audi pick up the speed from now on. Bruce?
And just waiting to see exactly where Robert Renau is on the track. He's in the midst of battle, but he's tucked behind the GT4 BMW. Seems so weird to have just one BMW in a 24 H Series race. Looks fantastic. I hope racing by Bonker, sort of pale green with orange roof and orange flashes on it, but clearly not as fast as the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. And Robert Renau down the start-finish straight should have picked that one off. But let's see what sort of pace. Oh yeah, the next lap he did was a mere 3 seconds slower, a full 3 seconds slower than the one before. That is traffic for you, but everybody has to face it. And yes, you can see it's the car that under the Lion Speed banner. It's got the lion on the flanks, as opposed to the regular Herbert Motorsport black and gold car that runs traditionally in the 24H series. But right now, Julian Andlauer, as we said, owes us a pit stop fairly soon, an hour and 12 in this stint. He's lapping regularly in the 1 minute 45 second bracket, 1 minute 46. There is still plenty of traffic because, Johnny, do we still have every single one of the 39 starters running in this race?
I reckon so.
Yeah, the GSR Motorsport Ginetta had fallen to last place. The car that really has lost a lot of time has been Richardson Racing and Escuderia Farion. They've fallen down the order, but for Bagheera, with their Mercedes that started effectively 55 minutes into this race after a fuel pump problem, a fuel feed problem. They've been going very well since then, but when you start, they were like, 55 minutes of running down on everybody else. So the best part of 25, 26 laps. Obviously, that's not over in their class challenge because they're running in GT4, but a major setback. And also bearing in mind the point position coming into this round, final round of the European Series in GT4 in their class. It was incredibly close. I'm just refreshing myself. Yes, just 2 points, 164 versus 162. Atlas BX Motorsport leading the class, but next to nothing. But when we get to the halfway point in this race, which is coming up in an hour and 20 odd minutes, we'll get the first dollop of points for all the drivers when you get to the halfway point. So that will stretch the advantage of the Korean Mercedes team.
We talked about when this circuit first opened and first held the Spanish Grand Prix, 1991. It was kind of in the middle of nowhere, and the lights, as you quite rightly say, now stretch from here all the way into pretty much the Basilica, which still isn't finished, by the way, the cathedral right in the centre of Barcelona. A few more towers to go up there yet. Yeah, it's extended and extended and extended, and now very easy to get to, either on the metro or local bus service, or indeed your local rental car that you might have picked up from the airport. It feels like it should be a bit closer, I suppose, to the airport, but that's on the other side of town, so it's a fair schlep, particularly if you hit the traffic at the rush hour period of time. But a wonderful sight, particularly from height. And I'll reiterate, if you're not joining us in sound and vision yet, some of the drone footage, particularly at this time of day, is stupendous from above the circuit around turns 11, 12 and 13.
As motor racing has evolved over the decades, many things keep on changing. I mean, it's a state of perpetual flux, but the televising and recording of where the cars are on the track with the trackers, so you can see a circuit diagram with the dots moving around. So many ways of seeing the cars, but the rise, he uses the word advisedly, of drone footage has just taken us to a different angle. And many a year you just become accustomed to the view at a particular corner where the cameras are normally mounted. You get someone moving the camera, it feels like you've moved to a different circuit. Now, Herbert Motorsport Porsche knows exactly where the pit lane is. Julian Andlauer is in fueling at the moment, so that was a short run to refueling for Robert Renauer. I think this is a follow-on of that problem. So bear in mind, he'd only done about 15 minutes in this stint. Don't go for pump 3. You tried that last time. He's going to go to pump number 2 by the looks of things. Is he going to stop? It's very hard to tell. There's reflection on my windows, but definitely in refueling. That was a very short stint.
10 laps, I reckon. So I don't think the fuel went in at all well during Ralph Bone's stop. 3 attempts at it. Then they just went, well, don't send it because we're wasting way too much time here. Let's try and solve the issue either with the pump or with the car and have another stab at it once Robert's got into the groove. But this is starting to go from bad to worse because, well, the other good thing, hopefully, with the 76 car being in for us is that we've now got a like for like, assuming the 76 fuel stop goes much more to plan. The gap was about 6 minutes. In fact, it was 6 minutes and 14 seconds as those two cars entered fueling from the first and second places.
Right, with the recent pit stop, Haas RT has dropped back to 4th place. Gavin Pickering going out for a second part of his stint. And Joe Foster, CP Racing, has now moved up into 2nd place overall as the Herbert Motorsport Porsche is sitting there. It's still being refueled. It's trying the 5th of the 5 pumps. And hopefully the fuel is going on board. And Julian Andlauer, IMSA Porsche, has completed his fuel stop, and now he goes in to make a driver change pit stop, one would think. Looking down at the pits, can't see driver's door open as yet. Now it's open, so he's had a very good run. But I think we're going to see Julian dropped into that car as many times as they possibly can, because he's clearly the quickest driver in that grouping for the IMSA crew, along with Gregory Gilvaire, who's really impressed as he stepped up from GT4. Herbert Motorsport Porsche is still at a standstill in refueling. So that's now fallen to 4th place overall. The Haas RT Audi back up to 3rd. CP Racing Mercedes leading GT3 AM into 2nd place overall. So this is a race the pendulum continues to swing.
I won't quite say it's a race that nobody wants to win, because IMSA LS Group Performance are very much targeting it, and so far look the strongest. Now that's not only because they've come with the pro lineup, or the not Pro-Am and not Am lineup, should I say. And so far, nothing's gone wrong for the 76, but I did suggest when a Ferrari can lose 11 laps, that rather gives us the flavour of maybe something can go wrong for another team here and there, and it does seem like that's fallen upon car 91 for the time being, as the BMW arrives into fueling now from Hoffa Racing.
Herbert Motorsport Porsche still at a standstill at the pumps. It's the final one of the 5 pumps. And I would suggest if it doesn't get going in a few more seconds, it's got a further problem with the refueling. It's clearly must have literally taken on, you know, a dribble or two, enough to do the 5. I don't think it was even as many as 10 laps. You may be right, checking your magical figures on your moving screen. Did we just have a mistake from the CP Racing Mercedes? They're running a little bit deep into the corner, Joe Foster. But the driver who's been very busy indeed has been Gavin Pickering for Haas RT, and Dies with him.
Well, I thought I was with him. He was behind me, but he's just disappeared. No, he's making his way up now. So
You soon find who your friends are, Di.
He was running, he was trying to hide, really, basically. What was
You probably want some of Ralph Bone's
Gavin,
cake,
how you
I
doing?
reckon.
It's been a really good day so far. It's my first drive with the Audi, with the Haas guys. So they made me really welcome. Obviously leading the championship, so a lot of responsibility, but running well. We just had a puncture at the end of that stint, so came in 5 minutes early and just had a little bit of damage to take off the car. But yeah, Mika's out now, so he'll be set for a great stint tonight.
It's hard work, isn't it? I mean, everyone that's getting out of the cars are pretty much exhausted.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to a shower. So no, it'll be nice, and I think I'm in again early morning. So yeah, we got 5 drivers, Max still to go. So we got some speed in the bag.
What was the traffic like, and how is it being managed out there as it got from into day to night time?
It seems a lot busier at night and a lot more intense. So you just got to use the flashlight to let someone know you're coming through. Otherwise you can get an unwelcome meeting at the apex. But it's been good. It's been good.
What's going to be the biggest main concern during the night time?
To be honest, when you're overtaken or being overtaken, just keeping away any contact and damage, because sort of a 10th gained out there, it can be 20 minutes lost here fixing it. So just trying to keep it clean and sort of have a smooth run.
Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Gavin Pickering then, fresh from a stint and looking reasonably fresh compared to some of the other drivers we caught up with in the almost first half of this race. Now, big problems, I was about to say, for the Jaromir Jiric-driven Mercedes. Here it is, in fact, it's the 416. I have a funny feeling this might be a different car. Rear steering because of either contact or a breakage in suspension, maybe a loose wheel. It's very difficult to tell, but Jiric is having to put in an awesome amount of car control here. Because of that wheel that is working its way loose. It looks like it's on the chicane that we're not using this year, trying to stay well out of the way of everybody else into pit road. Let's hope nobody else wants the pits at this stage.
Right rear wheel is at a very jaunty angle, about 10-15 degrees out of true. I think there was contact, and I'm not wanting to be Inspector Clouseau, but bear in mind we saw Joe Foster in a very strange line into the first turn, and it's been a long limp background. I fear we could have had Mercedes on Mercedes contact, and Joe's previous lap, instead of being a 1 minute 47 or so, was a 1 minute 53, nearly 1 minute 54. So if there's a replay, I would love to see it, but I'm just trying to work out why we saw a slight problem. Didn't see the start of it for CP Racing in second place, but certainly shortly afterwards we saw the Bagheera GT4 Mercedes running very, very slowly indeed, and only now has it made it back into pit in.
The main issue for Joe, I thought, was just running a bit too deep into turn 1. Now, whether that was as a result of some contact a few corners back, but he's just done a 32.4 through sector 1, a 44.6 through sector 2. I think the pace of that Mercedes is there or thereabouts again now, and he's not going to pit after a 150.7.
Well, he's very nearly at the end of his stint. He's 1 hour and 12 minutes into the stint, but he did a 1 minute 54 nearly, and then a 1 minute 50 lap, whereas ordinarily he'd be running somewhat faster than that by probably about 2 to 3 seconds. So I'm not an inspector, but certainly problems we could see for Bagheera for the much delayed, but actually since that initial problem with the fueling element of the Bagheera BMW, it's been going, Mercedes, it's been going very well indeed, but now it's got that problem with that right rear wheel definitely not attached as it ought to be.
I noticed another 5 minutes and 20 seconds alongside the name of Robert Renauer, so that was the time again for an in-lap, and the amount of time spent in the fueling area. They've fallen to 5th position now, have Herbert, when they were, during certain phases of the pit stop cycling, leading the race. So this is a significant story now to have dropped behind Joe Foster and the CP Racing Mercedes, despite their dramas recently, of course. The Haas RT Audi's now got in front in the hands of Mika Panu and Krista Jörns in the Scherer Sport PHX Audi. So the second best placed Porsche behind him's a performances example, now slipping to 5th and in towards the clutches of the 6th place car from Car Collection.
Every now and again you have to look all the way down the timing screen to find an extra story, and one car down in, not in the top 30, but going really, really well indeed. One of the fastest cars out there is James Littlejohn, just taken over the Richardson Racing 906 Porsche. That's in the 992 AM class. He's lapping in the 149s. No one else in his class is lapping a great deal faster than that. Even the last lap for Red Camel Jordans, the class leader, Luke Breukers, 1 minute 52. So he's absolutely flying. He's done 2 laps, differential between them, just 15 thousandths of a second. So he's absolutely on the money. The British driver who's done a lot of historic racing as well. So he's been around quite a while, but he's really showing his worth for Richardson Racing.
Yeah, great effort there. And there are a number of untold stories generally from a 24-hour race. We try and unlock most of them, or as many as we can, but stuff that's happening a bit further down the timing screen often goes unnoticed, unfortunately. Luke Breukers in the Red Camel Jordans.NL 992 Porsche, leading by 38 seconds over the Ayrton Redon example, car number 903. Then it's Sabino Di Castro for Willy Motorsports by Ebby Motors, a further 21 seconds back. So another lap completed by, or will be very shortly, by Ayrton Redon. So are they on the same? Yeah, they're definitely still on the same lap, those 3 Porsches in the 99 Cup class. Leo Weiss is not very far away from catching those guys, though. He's got about 4 minutes or so to find on the 3rd place 992 car, and then the 22 Ferrari will be back where it should be, as in that solid block of GT3s. Unfortunately for the Ferrari, it has only completed 286 laps, whereas the GT Series race leader a further 10 from that. So we talked about 11 laps down. It might have possibly got one of those back again now, but still 10 laps adrift, as Jaromir Jiric did limp it home to the pits, as we described in the Bagheera ZM racing car. Now all the attention to that rear right corner.
Can't tell if Jiric is doing up his belts or if we've had a driver change within the pit garage, but it matters not. They've lost a lot of time. Still working on that right rear, fresh set of rubber, fresh Hankooks all around on the other 3 corners of the car, but rear wheel off and work on suspension, none too surprising. But I'd love to see the rear view of the car to see if there's any actual damage to that flank, because one feels there may well have been contact that caused that problem for the Bagheera Mercedes. A car that didn't get to start when it should have done, has been driven really well since then, but alas, clearly a blow to the right rear corner, or not clearly, but presumably, has cost it more time.
Yeah, and these cars obviously get more and more beaten up as we head through the race. If it is suspension that needs to be replaced there, have they got the spare bits? Still quite new to GT4 racing, and it's a question of how much they have invested, I suppose, in all of the spares that could potentially have been brought to the race meeting, as long as budget allows for that. Robert Renauer over the line, pace again is okay. It's a 148.7. He's 13 seconds adrift of Christy Yerns, but exactly how much fuel were they able to get in at the second attempt, and will it now run for just about an hour, which is what a GT3 car should be doing, rather than the 8, 9 or 10 laps that Robert Renauer did as his first part in this race. Gregory Gilbert took over the IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche, by the way, from Julien Andlauer at the previous stop. We're only 3 laps away from the 300 laps completed marker. So we're going to be, at this rate, verging on maybe 700 laps completed. Just check, actually, how many we were able to do last year when the win went to WTM with their outgoing 488. And it's going to be a race here between the old school way of doing it, Bruce Jones peeling through the programme, and me for the data that's been built up over the years.
Yeah, what was Pisces, what was Capricorn? What was the question?
What was the question?
I'll let you win, Johnny. You know you want to.
696 is the answer to my question. So that's how many laps we completed last year.
Good guesswork.
696. I think possibly, can we get north of 700 the way we're going? It's certainly a possibility, because we've got 7 more minutes to go. then a further 2 hours before we even reach half distance. And it'll be 300 completed very, very shortly.
Yeah, the big question is how many further Code 60s we have, but must be said the ones we've had thus far have never been very long. So it hasn't delayed us too much. It has sort of split the tactics of some of the teams according to when they wanted to scramble, if they felt they get a pump to do the refueling without too much of a delay. But right now, let's compare like for like. 298 laps completed by Gregory Gilvert's IMSA Porsche. That's car number 76, the next best placed car. Joe Foster, the CP Racing Mercedes, picking up the pace again. That's got 295 laps. A lap further back, Mika Panu in refueling at the moment for Haas RT. When under cover of darkness, sometimes you think, weren't they in quite recently? But it just is because the time seems to start travelling a whole lot faster as we work our way into we're in proper darkness. We've been in proper darkness for the best part of 2 hours now, or nearly 2 hours. Krista Jons has just suddenly come as if from nowhere, kind of on the Audi from Shearer Sport PHX. That's been a car that's had its problems, but not as many as the 988 Porsche. I say that not with any foresight, just simply looking at a screen. I've got it deep in the gravel.
Well, I was about to say, I think I heard a squeal of tyres in the background there.
MRS GT Racing, and unfortunately for Rolando Sacca, an Argentinian racer, he is off, and it's at the exit of turn 13. The track goes downhill to the right, and he's gone almost straight on to the left. Was he pushed or did he jump?
Difficult to tell, but there were two cars side by side. It wasn't either of those. And there was a big squeal of tyres in the background. It will be a Code 60, purely quickly assessed that Rolando is very far into the gravel there and will need to be towed out with our ever alert members of the RACC, who of course are on duty all the way through the night on their shift patterns. The same cannot be said, I'm afraid, this time around for the commentary crew, who will be knocking off at 11 o'clock local time, so just over an hour's time, but we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning for the closing portion of the race. 5 hours we will have covered from tomorrow at 7 o'clock through till the midday finish. Again, the locale of this Montmelo-based circuit at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, with terrific grandstands all the way around, which, well, certainly the one in the foreground, lots of people in there watching the action into turn 10.
One of the beauties, of course, is that the fans can move around here and move to different grandstands, and that one at turn 10, they can cross a little bridge from just behind the control tower at pit entry, and it is one of the key overtaking places at the far end of the infield straight. They can come and sit in the grandstands looking down into the pits. They can move around the circuit, and there's lots of gradient change. As always, when you look at a circuit on TV, you can see a bit of gradient change, but it looks far flatter than it really is, and certain vantage points, like high in the grandstand, afford you brilliant views. From our position at the top of the grandstand in our commentary box, we can see the cars just about going down into turn 10. We can see them climbing up the hill through turns 11 and 12, and they're going fairly much across that flat rubber to turn 13, which is exactly where the yellow flag is, where that 988 MRS GT Racing Porsche is buried deep in the gravel.
We're hearing about the rear suspension problem for the 416, that the tie rod broke in the rear right corner. Now, whether that was as a result of contact or just hitting curbs for the first 10 hours of this race, difficult to say. I honestly don't think the CP Racing car was involved, because Joe Foster has continued on. His lap times will obviously tail off now because we're controlled to 60 kilometres per hour. But Joe's Mercedes is running in second position. He's waiting for the next opportunity to pit at these reduced speeds, and he is somewhere in that final sector now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the CP Racing Mercedes diving in. That's exactly what the 76 car has already done on lap 300 now, and Gregory Gilvert did not get out, but he did take a bit more fuel on board.
Yeah, still a couple of the pumps available, and oh dearie me, the rescue vehicle is getting wheel spin and going nowhere as it tries to tow Rolando Sacca's MRS GT Porsche out of the gravel at turn 13. So this could take a little bit longer. Code 60, a chance to scramble for the pits. We've got, I think, 3 pumps available, so it's still an opportunity, but of course at Code 60 they're running very, very slowly around the circuit, and it may well mean, of course, that some of the cars that have already come in to refuel can get going including the Rezoon KTM, moves on down the pit lane. So it does seem whenever you think there's going to be a big queue and everything's going to be filled, the first cars in move away, having taken on their half tanks. But certainly problems recovering the MRS GT Racing Porsche from that gravel on the outside of turn 13.
Are we going to have second intervention vehicle pulling first intervention vehicle, pulling stricken car out of the gravel trap? Even that might be a bit too much of an ask, but this won't be the first time the marshals have encountered this problem. The gravel traps are particularly deep in places and deliberately slow, because you're having to slow a car from great speed into the first corner before it hits the Armco barrier. I mean, I have seen over the years some huge shunts at turn 1 with a car maybe with a stuck open throttle or brakes that don't work, and the car goes flying off, and even though it is into the gravel trap, the speed just not arrested at all, and then sadly the first thing that the car hits is the exterior wall.
Yes, and bear in mind that yesterday, when any cars went off in the afternoon or the evening, there was wheel spin from the rescue crews because all the gravel was so wet. Everything was absolutely drenched at the circuit. We had about 6 hours of rain, or maybe 5, and then it cleared just as the sun was about to set, but quite warm. Track dried quite quickly, but as always, Johnny, when the track dries, there's no guarantee the water moisture's going to come out of the curbing, where it tends to hang around, and so many times you see people pressing on too hard too soon. Still working away on the Bagheera Mercedes, trying to fix where that tie rod broke. Back rear corner, right rear corner, back rear, what am I talking about? Right rear corner. Everything else in the car looks very nice and tidy indeed.
Fine time to do brakes as well, though, isn't it? When you're messing about with the rear right, something that's snapped or broken or buckled or whatever, you might as well do a big job that has to be done halfway through the race anyway.
And as far as they're concerned, Code 60 right now is a good thing because they're not losing as much time as they would, and still waiting for the number 7 intervention vehicle to get enough traction to get out of the gravel at turn 13. Now he's trying a different point, moving forward as you do when your car's getting bogged down on a beach or whatever, but this could be a while, yes, and I think you're quite right. We may need a double intervention. But Nick Damon is always busy, man, and he's down the pit lane. What's your busyness taking you to, Nicholas?
Well, I've meandered in with Peter, who's here, Peter. We've got the Vinny Motorsport EV Sports team, that Porsche's in. Right behind them is the 85 CP racing car in from second officially. They are doing, pretty sure they're doing a brake change. Yeah, they're doing a full front brake change. We are only 10 hours in, but I suppose they've got a window of brake change disking. And obviously doing it under a code 60 is the key thing to do. Many cars. I mean, as I was walking across, this code 60 happened, so I've no idea what caused it. But obviously, an opportune moment for a number of teams to do some random servicing. Diana told me the Boogie Rod car, they've broken a tie rod apparently.
Yeah, but they're also doing brakes, so it's a rear right suspension failure, we reckon, and the car was steering from the rear as it came in. That was Jaromir Jiric. To answer your question about the code 60, it's a car off in the gravel at turn 13, and it's very troublesome to get that recovered. So much so, the pickup truck's now stuck in the gravel trap as well.
Excellent.
It never rains, but it pours. Oh, no, that was yesterday. So this is our 9th code 60, and it actually takes us over the hour mark of having the race under a caution. So the clock is ticking by. It's an hour and nearly 5 minutes of 9 times worth of code 60. This is how we look, though, in the GT series. It's the 76 IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche. Gregory Gilbert was able to come in very early on in this current code 60 for some of his fuel allocation, purely because of where the car was positioned on the racetrack. It took CP Racing a bit longer to reach pit in at the reduced speed, but Joe Foster has handed the car over to Shane Lewis now. So Joe brought it in, they did fuel, they also did a driver change, and it will be Shane Lewis for this next stint. Krista Yerns has made it to the pits as well for Scherer Sport PHX. That car is in 3rd position, ahead of the Haas RT Audi from the Pro-Am category for Mika Panu. 5th position for the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which has been having all those refueling issues that we still haven't quite got to the bottom of, but it must be at least an extra 7 or 8 minutes that car has spent in the fueling area, more than expected. In 6th position, it's the 23 Car Collection Motorsport Porsche for driver known as Hash. Jutta Racing 71 is in 7th place for Araunus Gesiauskas, and in 8th place, Lant Motorsports' Tim Vogler car number 34. Ninth spot and first in the 992 division is now the Red Ant Racing number 903, getting ahead of the 901 Red Camel Jordans.nl. That is because Evo Breakers has just been in and, in fact, comes back into the fueling area. So 909 deciding to pit back-to-back to get the other part of their fuel allocation under code 60. Ayrton Red Ant for Red Ant Racing is still in the pit lane proper, having just been refueled. 955 is third in the 992 class and 11th in GT, ahead of the recovering 22 Wochenspiegel Team Monschau by Rinaldi Ferrari for Leo Weiss. 13th position for Gustav Bergstrom in the HRT Performance 930 Porsche, ahead of the sister car 967, which is 14th, and the third HRT Performance car 15th. 16th place for the RPM Krone Racing Green 907 car for Nick Johnson. Second, Jutta Racing GT3 AM car, which is an Audi, is 10th in class and 17th in GT total. Jimmy De Brucker for Red Ant Racing number 904 is in 18th position. Then it's Dominic Olbert in the GTX class leading Razzoon More Than Racing KTM. Hoffer Racing in 20th position. Alexander Prince in the Mercedes GT3 ahead of the Cholet racing team RD Sainz Lamborghini Super Trofeo Huracan. So that's now second in GTX after it led for a long period of time. 22nd is the 758 VDS Racing Adventures Mark car. 23rd for Seb Lejeune Racing's Porsche from the Cup class. And in 24th, it's the MKPP by HRT Performance car. We're going back to green, by the way, folks, so you'll hear revs rising now. Fourth in class in the GTX division is the Vortex V8 number 701. 26th overall and leading GT4 remains on the career team Atlas BX Motorsport with their Mercedes GT4. 27th and 11th in class is the MRS GT Racing Porsche Cup car number 988. Then the second of the Vortex in 28th place and 5th in class. NM Racing Team's Mercedes GT2, which has had all sorts of tales to tell, 29th. Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsports BMW is 30th and second of the GT4s, ahead of the Richardson Racing Porsche and the Orchid Racing Porsche number 917. 33rd is the Escuderia Faroon GTX Porsche. Another Spanish squad behind that for E2P Racing, an up-and-down affair. That 90 car is a quick car. It's just a shame they haven't had the consistency or the reliability. 35th is the Bagheera ZM Racing, but you can read the same above for 416, which is currently in the pits having a brake change. In TCE, it's Holmgard Motorsports Cupra Leon that continues to lead in the 102, ahead of the Baz Kooten Racing TCR second, and Wolf Power Racing's Audi is in third, the 121. So we're on into the 11th hour of the race, just 5 minutes into it. Half distance, of course, is at midnight, which is nice and easy for me to remember. But let's look back on the opening 10 hours of this year's race at Barcelona.
now, back with live racing, and while Johnny was running through the classification, a message came on the screen. Investigation, car 85, that's the CP Racing Mercedes, for contact potentially with the 988 Porsche. That was the one off at turn 13, the MRS GT Racing entry in the Porsche Cup class, and that was for the Argentinian racer Rolando Sacca. No further message, that is being investigated at the moment. Proper darkness here, but what we have is a gap between, like, almost a night and day between our race leader, which is the IMSA Porsche, in the hands of Gregory Gilbert, who seems to be the sort of second chosen driver after Julian Andlauer in that car, and going very well indeed. It started from pole position, Simon Thurman in the crew, and Laurent Ergon as well, but that's running very well indeed. Now, Nick is busy in the pits. What have you got, Nicholas?
Well, no, I just thought I'd better say thank you on air, because I was waiting for the exciting highlights to go through and standing on the pit lane, and I was accosted by Fabrizio Broghi from Willie Motorsports, who gave me some cake. So I've had some cake, and I've also got some Kinder Surprise things, or Kinder little bars for you for later. So thank you for Willie Motorsports for feeding your poor, retiring and wasting away pit reporters. And now I'm going to hurt them.
For more cake. You can even hear the sugar kicking in already, can't you? He'd be like a child on too much orange squash.
Fabrizio Broggi of Willie Motorsport, a real enthusiast. Great value when he's on air, and great value when Nick approaches him for the odd evening snack. We're nearly 10:10 now, so on air for a little more than 50 more minutes, and you can keep track of the race whilst the commentary drops away by staying on the live stream, because there'll be onboards to keep you company and also keep focused into the race. The graphics package should continue as well. And if you've not got live timing open on a device or perhaps another TV, head to 24hseries.com, and there's a very easily found link there to the live timing, where you can also access the statistics page, which is the third tab along, and that details the amount of laps from all the participants, if you're into that sort of thing, total laps by this specific leader, and the leader history, which is always very useful. I mean, Jochen Krumbach for the early stages, all the way to lap 73, and then we've had all manner of names out front from a variety of different teams. Unfortunately, because of the problems for Herbert Motorsport around about the 277 lap marker, I predict that it may well be the 76 car out front for a considerable amount of time now, because it has this 2 and a bit lap lead over everybody else.
Yeah, Robert Renauer trying his hardest to catch Sven Herberger in the Shearer Sport PHX Audi, and in fact, looking at the replay package, you can see just how deep that went into the gravel at turn 4. Quite a few cars have really been struggling to get out of the gravel, but it must have felt like an age until the number 1 Audi was back on the track. But Sven Herberger going well, but not as well as the chasing Robert Renauer, so maybe 5th will become 4th. But however you look at it, they've only got 300 laps on the board, whereas the race leader Gregory Gilbert has 304 in the number 76 IMSA Porsche. They've just been looking so good, even in wet qualifying. And if you didn't join us for qualifying yesterday, effectively the cars had 3 laps before it had to be called to a halt. So they had an out lap, 1 flying lap, and the rain was so heavy. Everything got delayed for a while after that. And then we went to night practice, and all the crews, most of them, majority of the cars in the field have a 5-driver crew. They all had to get their night practice laps, which means an out lap, 2 timed laps, and an in lap. And that pretty much filled the 90 minutes. Yeah. But right at the end, we had cars suddenly coming from nowhere on the overall charts to fill the top 5 positions because it dried enough to put on slicks.
And a lot of the GT3 cars had kind of done their jobs by that point, didn't want to force the issue, didn't want to risk dropping the car late in the night when then there was not enough time to repair the car. So plenty of the faster cars parking early, and that really enabled the spotlight to be shone on a number of other cars that we don't get the chance to mention a great deal. Certainly not in night practice anyway. Now, Nick Damon in the search of cake, perhaps, or at least a strawberry tart that came out for Ralph Bone. Is that the only reason you've been to Herbert Motorsport?
Fabrizio Broggi offered me cake. I did not ask for cake. The cake was brought out. Very nice cake it was too. However, I then meandered down to Herbert, not for cake, but for information, for news, for what you need all the time, Johnny, which is to find out what the problem was at the fuel stop. And the problem was that the vent pipe was blocked. They couldn't get fuel in because the air couldn't get out to allow them to fuel the tank. They're not quite sure what caused. They think it might have been gravel from the spin, and they're pretty sure they've now cleared it. So it's a blocked vent pipe that's caused those refueling problems for the Herbert 91.
You're very good, Nick. Very, very good. Now go and eat some cake. Tremendous.
Cake for Newshound. Well done, Nick. Clear answer, but it's so annoying. You've had the delay. They lost the best part of a lap when Ralph Bones stood off very close to the end of his stint into the gravel at turn 4. He put his hands up, fessed up, said it was my error. But from there, you get accustomed to gravel going to where it should be. But that's the first time I think I've ever heard it blocking a fueling vent. How frustrating.
So simple when it's explained to you, isn't it? Actually, the two things were connected, but I haven't even dreamt that that may be a possibility. By the way, during that Code 60, Robert Renaud came in again. So he'd done the 10 laps. I still reckon it was about 10 laps as Robert's first stint. They came back in and then refueled the car properly. And after 6 laps, that Code 60 came out because of the car in the turn 13 gravel. So as typically as Herbert tend to run these races, every opportunity they may have under a Code 60 to fuel, they just get in. Generally, no questions asked, put a bit more fuel in it. So that was only a 6-lap stint. Now Robert's done 7 on this particular stint, and they'll need to be cautious of a drive time that really doesn't fit with the number of times that car's been in now. The total of 45 minutes that Robert's been at the wheel of the car, and frustratingly, some of that time's been burned under Code 60, where one of their really quick drivers couldn't show his outright raw speed.
Now again, Johnny, just cutting back for those who haven't been with us since the start of the broadcast. Well, fair enough, we've been on air for 10 hours and 15 minutes or so. Quite acceptable to pop out for whatever you fancy, round of golf, but we'd rather hope you'd be with us for more than that. But the big point yesterday, a lot of track time was very wet indeed, and particularly for some reason the drivers in the 992 class have been saying that they just couldn't get their setup right. They lost that valuable time, and as a consequence, as they're going through this towards the middle stage of the race, they're still on this dry track trying to sort their setup. It certainly made some of the drivers' stints much harder for the competitors, but even so, some of the crews are now starting to get some very quick times coming in. One of the stars when they put the cars onto the slicks last night was the 910 Seb Lejoux racing by Duvo Porsche. That went to the top of the chart. It's a Porsche Cup class car, but Mathis Jobert, the driver who did the damage, an 18-year-old, not damage, set the spectacular laps, has just done his car's best lap of the race. They're down at the tail end of the top 20, possibly just beyond. But he's now lapping in the 1-minute 46s, and that's the same pace as the race leader. So brilliant, brilliant job from the young French racer, and it's these moments you have to highlight, because the car has fallen down the order, but with 5 drivers in the crew, you're going to get quicker ones, slower ones. But Mathis Jobert, keep that name in your mind for the future. No, not for the future, for right now.
Another superstar potentially in sports car racing from France. He was able to take part in a couple of Ligier European Series races last year as part of their support action to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, when they ran midweek, a little bit like the Road to Le Mans event does as well. And Ligier's, if you've never seen that championship, wonderful entertainment, kind of the base level rung of ACO rules racing these days. The idea is you might start off in Ligier's, then move into the Le Mans Cup, European Le Mans Series, and then on into Le Mans itself. But learning that track, regardless of what car it is in, must only be useful information for the future. Similarly, if you run in the 24/8 series, it takes you to some top whack circuits, most of them Grade 1. And if you have an eye to a future in motor racing at 17, 18, 19 years old, can't be bad to learn how to race somewhere like Barcelona.
And also to get an awful lot of track time, and that is absolutely king at that early stage of your career, as well as learning to race as a teammate to others. And I mean, a 5-car crew, you've got to sort of bide your time, wait for your moment. You've got to glean the information your teammates bring you, learn to work with the engineers and all of those things. And of course, we know that all the young racers not only have invariably a karting background, but they're also very, very good on developing cars on the sim, because it seems to come as second nature to them.
True, and yeah, that becomes more of a generational thing. I have spoken to some people who actually say sim racing just doesn't help me at all. It litters my brain with information that I then can't apply to the real thing. However, plenty of people say, oh, no, I could never have gone as fast as I did on my outlap, for instance, had I not spent several hours on the simulator before I even arrived at the track.
Yeah, well, think back to the Nissan Talent Search competition, and certainly the first winner of that, well, not the first winner, the one who got to Le Mans in no time at all, Jan Mardenborough.
Yeah.
When he slotted in with the team, they could not believe how he was just completely on top of everything. He started in GT4 car, worked his way up through the categories, and as soon as he got to Le Mans, that people just went, well, he's the finished product. So,
I always think, well, within this part of the world, as in Spain, I often think about Lucas Ordóñez, though, as well, who was the precursor to Jan, wasn't he?
He was. I was just pausing. I was about to say, was Lucas the very, very first? Jan was the first one to get to the mob. But with Lucas, he took a conscious decision in his third year at university. Gosh, his parents must have been so delighted to effectively park his studies and sit on a machine all day for about 6 months, and it paid off. He became a works driver, lovely individual, but if it hadn't worked quite so well, you don't know quite whether he'd still be in the family dungeon. I suggest he might be.
Which happened to be where the simulator was.
Yes, as luck would have it.
Over the curb there for one of the brand new 992 Porsches, and that is the red camel car, in fact, because I can tell that by the mascot, the team mascot, right over the roof. Plenty of curb again being taken on the inside and on the outside of the track. Now, I was told by one or two that attended the driver's briefing that generally, I always say, a blind eye has been turned to track limits, but the curb and then the grass beyond the curb is the idea. For the race direction have said, we'll let that police track limits, rather than sometimes, you know, we hear about a car breaching track limits over and over again. Sometimes the answer is, well, just turn that off for the weekend, say to everybody, you know, kind of go where you like, but if you're going to go off track, you'll generally lose time. And it's meant that there have been fewer penalties, and actually it's a cleaner race, I would say, for us to stay on top of. Personal perspective, not necessarily everyone agrees. Another update from Nick Damon. What have you spotted?
Well, I just wonder, are we aware that E2P Racing have sort of given up? Well, retired, have a problem. Well, I noticed they've been in the pit for over an hour. They have shut the door. Now, luckily, there's a door within the door, and Peter's going to have a picture of them within the door, working at the rear of the car. So I'm not quite sure if they've actually given up or they just wanted some privacy and not have us wondering, going, what's wrong with the car? But they are working at the back of the car, and it's been here for some time. And it's the only car in the pit. So out of the 39 stars, we've only got one car that's not currently running, which does make my job after a code 60 really hard. And there's not enough cake anymore either. So a lot of work at the rear of the car. A number of people lounging about. The door, they look and go, I've got a wobbly hand whether they're giving up or not. But yeah, that's E2P Racing, who I think were in contention for one of the championships and now aren't.
Thank you very much, Nick Damon, with the latest news from the patisserie. So good to have that. Just going back, I just want to go back to Jan Mardenborough. What year do you reckon he won the PlayStation GT Academy? Pluck it out of a hat.
Early 2010s. You say 2011
Oh,
or so.
Nick, well done. But here's how fast he advanced. He won that scholarship in 2011. 2012, he competed in British GT, was 6th in the championship. 2013, why hang around any longer? Why not make your P2 debut, your Le Mans 24-hour debut? That is how fast he rose up the order. Now, what's the name of the movie about him that's come out very recently indeed? I'm sure Nick will know that.
He may well do.
Oh, that's easy. Of course it is.
So Darren Cox, not the greatest casting ever.
Is it honestly about Jan Mardenborough, though? Is he the central character in Gran Turismo?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And they use his name. Yeah, basically it's Jan Mardenborough's story, but kind of jazzed up. Jerry Halliwell plays his mum.
Of course she does.
Nick, that sugar's really overpowering you, isn't it?
I know. Orlando Bloom, though, apparently is a nasty corporate man, and Darren Cox was never a nasty corporate man, but there we go. Yeah, so that is the Gran Turismo movie. Also, he's got like a romantic interest in this, and unfortunately, John didn't have a romantic interest at the time. I'm not sure he's got one now. So they've kind of gone full Hollywood on it. And you could half the reviews say it's terrible, and half the reviews say it's quite good. So form your own opinions, people. That's what you should always do. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to Johnny. Form your own opinions.
It reminds me a little bit of the 1970 movie Le Mans, therefore, whereby there was a sort of romantic interest for Steve McQueen crowbarred in rather unnecessarily, and I don't think he was particularly a fan of that part of the movie, but otherwise, Le Mans a great watch if you've not seen that before.
No,
Hang on.
no, that movie has no plot. The movie.
Oh, no, I didn't say there was a plot. I didn't say there was a plot.
There is only one truly great racing film, and that's Grand Prix. It's even got good music.
I think I'm with you.
There's no
How
film.
about Bobby Deerfield? Do you remember that one? Oh dear.
I've seen it with Al Pacino, isn't
Something
it?
like that. And then Sylvester's film.
It's not very
Remember
good.
all the years Sylvester was up and
Drivel.
down the pit lane?
Drivel.
Yes.
When they just come out of the Las Vegas hotel, jump into the car that's a display car, press a button, it starts, and they start chasing each other down the strip.
It was preparation for
And
this
you
year's
wonder why
Grand Prix,
Bernie-
that's all.
Exactly, and you wonder why Bernie turned them down when they wanted to make about F1.
I like Cars 3.
Yeah, they're up.
That's a great racing movie. No, Bruce is shaking his head.
Your Herbie rides again. You even referenced it earlier today.
Yeah, that's true, actually. There was an Alpine that looked exactly like the 53 Herbie livery, and I thought, I want to go and watch that again now, around the streets of San Francisco. The number one car, driven by Sven Herberger, is circulating around turns 10 and 11, again in front of that big crowd, still enjoying the evening entertainment here. And that car running in 5th place, one of those that sort of benefited from Herbert's dramas. The car's actually only 3 seconds behind Robert Renaud, but will be losing time now compared to Robert Renaud's speed.
Yeah, the speed of that Shearer Sport PHX, I mean, it's rotated through many, many hands, but obviously when you've got Elliot Earhart, Christy Jons, Pierre Caffer, 3 very quick drivers in that car, it should pick its way up the order. But just right now, as the temperature's dipping down towards 22 degrees, all very comfortable, it's just a wonderful moment. If you've never been to live at a circuit where 24-hour racing is on, there's something very special, quite soothing in a way, sitting in a grandstand, watching the cars coming through. It's not the same clearly as during the day, but you get the pools of light as they come down towards you. You can sort of play the little game, who's this coming, and then the coloured lighting over the windows down of the sidecar. You can play little games, and I find it fabulous. In fact, I'm doing it right now.
I think you are. It's strange though, isn't it? You know, such a kind of height of energy and activity, but when you're a spectator in a grandstand, it's almost lulling you off to a bit of a snooze at this time of the night because of the frequency of the cars coming through. And generally, I mean, I've slept at a number of 24-hour races when I've been allowed to, not whilst I've been on shift, you understand. And it's actually the break in play, the code 60s, the slower portions of the event that then wake you up because something's changed and the cars aren't circulating at top speed. But I would imagine as well that, you know, it's all about rhythm from a team's perspective too. And once the rhythm is broken, you know something's gone wrong.
And of course, when you're planning how you're running your driver rotations, when you're going to be doing the brake changes, hopefully one change should get you through the race, and then you get these code 60s breaking it up. It does affect, you know, you might have sent some of your mechanics to actually take a bit of shut-eye or whatever, so these things have to be factored in. But I'm amazed when you're just sitting in the grandstand, you just find the pattern of the race in the night, and then something changes, and you without realising you've detected it. Something is slightly missing. You think, hold on, I know the GT3 cars are faster than the GT4, they should be coming down, but there is something discernibly different.
Well, one of those things that dramatically changed recently was the rate that the Herbert Motorsport Porsche could lap. It is now picking up its speed and opens up a further 5-second gap on Sven Herberger. The nice thing for Robert Renaud is he's only got 25 seconds to try and find on Mika Panu. However, we've already credited Panu for having a good weekend to this point, so it's not going to be an easy process to reel in the Haas RT Audi, but at least for Robert, he is within his sights. The driver new to the 24H series, hailing from Finland, and a bronze-rated driver with limited experience, but when you consider that, the HRT performance driver is and now moving across to Haas RT, getting more and more used to the style of these races and how they can yin and yang throughout a 24-hour period.
Right, a bit of news you may not have caught yesterday. We had the announcement of the 24H 2024 series dates, and what an array of tracks. We've got a change in the middle of the season. We'll kick off as the last handful of years with the 12 Hours of Mugello in March, then the 12 Hours of Spa, with or without rain, you never can tell. That's the third weekend of April, the 19th and 21st. Then 24 Hours of Portimao, that's an earlier date because we've been there in July before, but it'd be a little bit cooler. It'd be back in the middle of May. 10th to 12th of May, and then the one that is very, very unlikely to be cool, calm and collected would be the 12 Hours of Misano, the first weekend of July. I've been there quite a few times in July, and it's not unknown to hit close to 40 degrees, but a tight circuit that actually throws up a lot of very good racing. And then the 24 Hours of Barcelona, where we are now, a race that's been happening since 1998. There are the 5 rounds, and then do we know there is a mystery round as well, yet to be named, Johnny?
Yes. Now, really, I do know a little bit more than your average person in the paddock, but I've been absolutely sworn to secrecy by people like Gary Williams and others within the championship. I meant to wind Joe Bradley up about that quite a lot today. And
I did wonder why Gary Williams had you in a headlock early this morning, and that was just to make sure he emphasised how you had to keep it under your hat.
He told me a great deal about it and then went, right, you must tell absolutely nobody now for the rest of your life. Well, until the calendar is fully revealed for next year. It's very difficult to sit on that information, I have to say. And I'll need to tell Joe Bradley a few more times tomorrow that I know a great deal more than he does.
Yes, just not the full story. But one of the points that Gary Williams was making, it's a circuit you may not expect. Is that how he described it?
Yes.
A very unusual circuit. So we've headed off... Oh, no. Nick was listening. Oh, that's absolutely blown it. But we then started going down little avenues to try and think of really obscure circuits, and unfortunately that really opened the rabbit hole for all of us.
Yeah, it's true. Well, Nick's threatened now not to give me a lift back to the hotel unless I tell him more about it. I'm not sure that's going to be possible. So it'll be me walking back, or my much more favoured mode of transport, which do the trains run this time of night in Spain? Probably not. I need to button Nick up now to make sure that I can get home to bed, or not home, but to bed in the 15-minute drive down the road. Or it's going to be a long, long walk back to our humble abode. Another half an hour or so to go before we will be signing off commentary-wise, but you can keep, obviously, in touch with this race. Depending on where you are in the world, might be early morning for you, so settling back for a full Sunday of 24-hour action. We can go for a long time now, but still 90 minutes away from half distance.
You know, one of the great beauties of a 24-hour race, whether it's a 24-hour H series or any other series running them, wherever you are in the world, there are ways now you can find the live streaming, you can listen in, you've got live timing to pick up, so you've also got incident report pages, so when you go to this race you can scroll through. The point Johnny made about fewer cars being pinged for track limits, that at least keeps some of the traffic off the page, but you can see how various teams have had their performance pegged back and the best efforts pegged back because they've picked up those really annoying little penalties, but often it's a cumulative thing, and you can see the ebb and flow of the race. But certainly the story of the last hour and a half has been the problem for Herbert Motorsport. They're back up to 4th place now. They've moved ahead, as Johnny reported, of the #1 Audi from Shearer Sport PHX, but they've only got 311 laps on the board, and just now Gregory Gilbert goes to complete 316 in the IMSA LS Group Performance Porsche car number 76, leading the way. He's lapping no faster than those behind, but that was a gift of effectively 3.5 laps with the refuelling problem. And at least we know now from Herbert's Motorsport it was down to one of the vents being blocked, and that stopped the fuel going in because the air couldn't get out of the nigh-on empty tank.
Torsten Kratz just completes a stint in the number 22 Wochenspiegel Team Monschau by Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. And Torsten, well known to be a very rapid bronze indeed, and has been linked with the WTM team for several seasons now. So he's another good driver to get at the wheel of the Ferrari to make sure that all is behaving itself. But they've been toiled with, or they have been toiling with that car, rather, plagued with problems throughout the first quarter of the race, with potential clutch issues and other problems too. I think the basic problem has been that the team haven't entirely known what the issue is that they've been chasing. Anyway, it has rejoined for a while now, and running in 3rd position in GT3 AM, 9th place when you bolt all the GT3 cars together, but still frustrating for the 22 car. They can't get the right side of that group of 4 992 Porsches and be with the solid block of GT3. Standing in their way, the class leader in 992, which is the Red Ant Racing 903. Then in 2nd place, it's the 955 Willy Motorsport by AB Motors Porsche. Papi Cosimo driving that. Ivo Bruyck is now back at the wheel of the 909 Red Camel Jordan's car. And HRT Performance is Gustav Bergstrom now driving 930. As still, the Ferrari is being worked on. Meanwhile, Artur Kvist in the Razzoon More Than Racing KTM is being fueled in from the GTX lead. And GTX have completed 300 laps now as well. So they're about 17 laps shy of the outright GT3 pace. As I say, there's no standard GTX car really, with all sorts of models and makes incorporated into that division. Let's go back to Nick Damon. We've got a Vortex in the pits.
Yeah, the 702 machine has come in. Solène Amarouche is getting into this. If you have been listening for the last 5 hours, and I sincerely hope you have, there was a question posed by Joe Bradley when we were doing the walk around the new Vortex. It was actually about 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. We walked around the new Vortex and he posed the question, how much weight will having a carbon fibre chassis save over the metal space frame? And the answer is between 100 and 120 kilograms. So the new car will be 100 and 120 grams lighter than this one and have much smaller panel gaps as well.
That's interesting. So that's 100 and 120. That's you pre and post cake. Is that right?
Well, yes, that's me. Well, no, that's me. That's Joe, is one end of it, and me before I went on a diet a while ago and lost 20 pounds. So let's confuse the audience by going imperial and metric in the same comment.
I tell you, the audience was confused well before that. Probably much earlier on today.
Well, yes.
5 cubits. A chain.
Nice, nice.
A fathom.
Well, there are an awful lot of crevices for the rubber to collect on a Vortex. So that's something that perhaps needs to be sorted out with the new model. Yeah, what was left of Hankook tyre scraped from various bits and bobs of that car and left on the a working apron, which will be swept up very quickly as well. But a considerable amount of weight probably shedded just in that one pit stop.
Absolutely. If you're watching on radio, it was the size of a small anthill, the extracted rubber from just one of the wheel arches. That was the front right, and that will be swept up. But yeah, indicative. Very early in the race, people were sort of contacting us saying, gosh, how much tyre degradation have we got at this circuit, and how much tyre marbling has been left on the outside of the line? And that was by about 4 in the afternoon, so only 4 hours into the race. But obviously since then, more and more has been shed by the cars, but harder and harder to find in the darkness around the circuit as well. So drivers always try and avoid the marbles, but it's getting harder and harder to miss them. And that level of tyre debris in the front right wheel arch was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, you think about not wanting to run off onto the tyre pickup, but that's the bit that breaks free from the car. A lot of the time it just gets stuck somewhere deep within the machine that you don't necessarily quickly spot, and can cause the odd fire now and again.
Entirely so. You think, is it the brakes going up? Not at all. It's simply the rubber that in the wheel arch has touched something hot, is already hot in its own way, and it ignites. It's most interesting. Not so nice for the mechanics when they have to try and sort that out.
No, I remember a very serious fire for a Ginetta in the early stages of this race, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. One of the Ginetta G55s that then the marshalling crew struggled to get to in a hurry, by which point it was a real fireball and took a lot of time to put out. And that was all caused by a lot of rubber pickup early on in the race. There goes the Herbert Motorsport, the Herbert car driven by Robert Renauer of the German team. It has completed 314 laps, but 319, almost 320, going to be ticked off next time around by Gregory Kilver for IMSA LS Group Performance. CP Racing's Mercedes is trailing the race leader by something in the region of 5.5 minutes now, and 3 laps or 2.5 laps down. and a further lap back, the Haas RT car of Mika Panu, who is lapping about the late 147s. So a tad slower, at least on that last lap, than Shane Lewis and Gregory Duvet. Sven Herberger tried to hang on to the coattails of Robert Renauer as he overtook a few moments ago, but Sven Herberger now in a firm 5th position in car number 1. Nick buzzing in my ears, he's got something very exciting going on in the pits.
I have, and I'm going to actually, hopefully they'll cut the picture up, because I think that Bruce is of an age where he'd be able to confirm my thoughts. It's a very weird colour for a racing car. It is like a drab olive green. Now, I believe that is the same colour as you used to be able to buy a Rover P5, and possibly some of the early P6s from like the mid to late 60s. I think that's a 1960s BMC British Leyland colour. Bruce, what would you say?
Close, but no cigar, and certainly wouldn't have got the gold trim on the Rover, but I think you're in the ballpark.
Well, yeah, obviously. You're not going to get gold trim on a Rover. That's terribly common.
Yes, you're right. Yes, but actually, I quite like it as a racing car colour. It's very different. It just looks good in night light under the lights in the pits. Unfortunately for them, it's had its problems, and we saw it having a rotation, Johnny, don't we, on the replays, coming out of turn 14 sideways in front of a group of other cars, and luckily it just drifted off backwards. Now seeing it under the bright lights of the pits, I'm actually thinking I don't quite agree with you, but again, it was quite a limited palette, along with sort of mustard yellows and the sort of blue greys as well.
It's a pre-70s colour. It's definitely a late 60s colour. In the 70s, we've got purple, and we've got yellow and pimiento red. This sort of dull, sort of. I'm a major. I've retired from the army. Now I have a Rover, and I want to look a lot like my tank. That's the green it is.
I think you used to be able to get an Austin Ambassador in that type of livery though as well.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm now thinking it's an Allegro colour.
Yeah,
I
think you're homing in. I think that's a very good call with the Austin Ambassador. What was the Wolseley version of that? Hey, let's not fall into that hole.
It was called the Wolseley 2200. Just had numbers. Wolseley 1800 and 2200.
I was going
and then, of course, it was the Princess became the Ambassador.
I was going to jump in with just a bit of knowledge about Rover P5s, because he had a P5B, and do either of you know what the B stood for?
Yep. The P5B had the 3.5 litre engine in it.
Correct. Originated by Buick. Yeah, it was a General Motors engine.
Honestly, literally, you know how you know everything about Blackpool? If you're talking about British Leyland stroke BMC cars in the 60s and early 70s, it's my wheelhouse.
Now, of course, that engine has been enlarged, and I do have one that doesn't run outside my house, which is 5 litres. That's as big as it can get in the way it's been bought out, but it's in a stationary TVR Camaro. Yes, indeed.
Stationary being the operative word, suddenly.
It's very good when it goes, mind. Lovely sound.
I've heard it. Too right.
Oh, the Ferrari's back in again, guys.
Back to the race. The Ferrari's back in, Nick.
It is back in. The Ferrari has just sneaked in whilst we were talking about way more important things, the colour palette of 1970s and 60s Rovers. I did notice last time they were patching up this bit of damage. Excellent tank tape work there. But they're now back in again. I wonder whether they got back in this gearbox selection issue they've had, but certainly they are looking at bits which are electrical and activating and gearboxy. They've taken the rear of the car off, just to explain just how fantastically designed this machine is. You just slip off the rear deck, and the rear deck is the whole rear, and suddenly you've got better access, and here comes another 60s reference than a Triumph Herald to the engine. And just one thing, complete by. What is the most difficult ancillary on a racing car that often fails and people have to take hours to change?
The driver?
No, it's the alternator. And look how easy the alternator is to get to. That is brilliant thinking. That's the most likely to fail. Make it a really easy thing to fix.
It's literally the first thing you find there, isn't it? So,
yeah. I mean, I don't think it was a real Achilles heel of the Mercedes cars, because it's like under half a dozen stuff, and you took half the engine out to get the alternator. I think also some of the P2 cars used to have a lot of problems with it. It's a great design, this car. However, it doesn't mean it's immune from problems, and this car has a difficult day after leading the first 2 or 3 hours. And it looks like once again, after trying to run and catch up those laps there behind, they've got more electrical stroke mechanical actuation issues.
Well, that's the first time the glorious-looking Ferrari 296 GT3 has been compared to a Triumph Herald, and possibly the last. But Nick is our man to make those jumps from the design office to despair.
Let us not forget that the Nürburgring 24 Hours that was won by one of those 296s, in fact the Fricadelli Racing team, the 7th place car in that particular race was the WTM by Rinaldi Racing brand new Ferrari as well, when they had Leo Weiss, Jochen Krumbach, Daniel Kylwitz and Indy Dodger in their lineup. But they got to the end, and in fact only a lap shy of the 162 laps completed by the other Ferrari. So that's the worrying thing, is that it has already completed a key 24-hour race this year. Not necessarily that specific chassis, of course, but WTM by Rinaldi Racing have some success, at least, early on in the career of their new Ferrari. I'm not sure how many they've got in their ownership. They always used to have 2 488s previously, so I wouldn't be surprised to hear that they've got at least 2 of the new chassis. But these are issues that hopefully only need to be encountered once. They find a way around them, maybe feed back to Ferrari as well and say this needs a bit of development work, and gradually you get a more and more reliable GT3 car.
Yeah, certainly the 296 G3 was in short supply at the start of the years, and some of the teams had to wait a little bit to get theirs. And of course, if anybody was ordering 2, they'd have to wait a little bit longer to get their second car. But as we saw from the outset of this race, very quick indeed when it was working in the hands of Jochen Krumbach. Still got the fastest lap of the race, just double checking, 1 minute 43. I can't read my colloquies very well. Of course, Ferrari further up the chart than it was a while ago. In fact, it's bobbed back down, 1 minute 43.439 seconds. But that pit stop for Thorsten Kraus, it suddenly dropped them about 5-6 positions on the board. It took them so long to gain them. Now they've lost them. Most unfortunate.
Yeah, snakes and ladders, and unfortunately the snakes have proven far more costly than any progress they've made upwardly. It was a long way to fall from, I suppose, when you were the leader for well over the first hour and a half or so, and building a tidy lead as they did so. In the fueling area, it's Shane Lewis now for CP Racing in his Mercedes. Possibly a bit too early for Shane to be handing over. At this point, I can't tell you how long he's been at the wheel of the car, because the length of the pit stop replaces it in the columns. But I have a feeling that's the end of only his first stint in this current run. Let's just have a little look. Yeah, can't find an immediate answer to that. But Shane was fresh into that car from Joe Foster, I'm pretty sure, only about an hour or so ago. So he could go again for another stint, as long as he feels capable of doing that. Fit guy.
Yeah, just wanted to go back to talk about Mika Panu in 3rd place overall. He is very, very consistently lapping right on the pace for Haas RT. He'll have obviously sucked up the information from the team. But as you pointed out, Johnny, only a Mathieu Detry has really been the staple in that car, so they've circulated him through. But I think they've found a bit of a star in the flying Finn. 3rd overall at the minute. He's lapping in the high 1 minute 46s. So was Shane Lewis before he came into his pit stop. And our racer Gregory Gilva is now actually very close to his pit stop. He's 1 minute 47s, 1 minute 48. So Mika Panu is really adapting to this Audi very well. Just moves up with Shane Lewis in the pit, in the refueling area, up into 2nd place for the number 21 Audi from Haas RT. It's going well for the Finn.
And definitely somebody to look out for after some 991 experience earlier on in the year. But he has adapted to GT3 racing very quickly indeed. Down through the box into turn 10 will go the Porsche 992 car, overtaken by a couple of the faster GT3 runners. Mika Panu, born June 1992, so has had a chance, I suppose, to run in maybe lesser known championships in Finland, but as I say, only having international level motor racing this year. It feels like he's been racing for far longer than that, certainly within the 24H series. Not the case. Ivan Jacoma for Car Collection Motorsport in his Porsche, running in 6th position, ahead of a couple more Audis from Jutta and Lant. So Bas Schouten and Max Edelhoff now in the Lant Motorsport car. Edelhoff more familiar, together with Gustav in the car collection car, of course, but everybody basically jumping across to another major Audi customer team in Monteplast Lant, former winners indeed of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Nick Damon is busy once again. Where have you ended up this time in the pits?
Yep. The CP Racing come in. They have not changed Shane Lewis. New set of boots. Don't forget he had new brakes last time round. They are treating young Shane with both tyres and brakes. He throttled off down. I mean, obviously we're about, what, 45 minutes since the Code 60, so these cars will have got half a tank of fuel. So they'll start to come in, but obviously with 2 hours of drive time and trying to manage the drivers, not sure how many driver changes we're going to see in this particular set. It's going to have a very quick 2-foot walk across. Yeah, that's not looking very good. The WTM car's had its body put back on again, so both its two panels, the front panel and the rear panel, have been put on again. However, they haven't bothered putting a driver in, so I'm not sure whether they're going to have we're on the verge of thinking about giving up.
Oh, that's very sad news indeed when someone can show potential race-winning pace. I know in the first stint it's not indicative, particularly with crews with 5 drivers, but that still is the car that has the fastest lap of the race, but it's tumbled down almost 10 positions. In fact, I think precisely 10 positions while it's been in the pits. So just keep an eye out for those swing axles, though. You compared it to a Triumph Herald, Nick, but maybe they're changing those as well.
Are we? Oh no, sorry. I just pulled up a rather older timing screen there that hadn't fully updated, and it said code 60 on it. But I'm pleased to say we are remaining green. I would have to take a double take if I've opened a tab a number of hours ago and then not refreshed it. Gregory Gilbert for IMSA LS Group Performance is still leading by 3 and a bit laps, actually 3:26 now completed, from Mika Panu at the Haas RT Audi. So that's now 5 laps between the first and the second place car. It's more likely to be 4 and a bit, therefore, because we haven't yet seen Panu across the line at the end of lap 3:22. But 4 and a bit laps is a very impressive lead, and every credit not necessarily to Julian Andlauer, because we know all about his ability to drive a Porsche very, very quickly. But Gregory Gilbert, the 41-year-old Frenchman, silver rated, he's been a champion on several occasions in the FFSA GT4 France Championship, raced a lot with Santalot Racing. So, I mean, they tend to run Audis, don't they, rather than Porsches. So let's just have a look. Yeah, it was always an Audi R8.
Yeah, that's been his stock in trade, and he's had a fantastic few seasons. Over the last 5 years, he's won, I think, 3 titles in the French Series, 1 Pro-Am most recently. And let's go down to Nick, because there's more cake, or less cake, fewer cake.
It looks like you're calling it a day. What's the problem?
Yeah, we have the same issue again as we had earlier today. It's again something on the electric of the gearbox. Yeah, I think that's it for us. Sadly, we had a good pace, a good car. Yeah, but not meant to be for us.
Are any of these problems related to the accident you had at the beginning a few hours ago?
Well, we can't say for sure, but I don't think so. Yeah, it seems to be some kind of electrical problem.
Very bad luck.
Thank you.
So maybe, what, an actuator or similar equipment? I mean, that's the frustrating thing about it. Sorry, Nick?
It was an actuator. We saw the actuator the first time round, but I think they replaced it. That obviously patched over the problem, but the main gearbox selection problems come back now. And they're so far behind, and they're a team really who wants to win and not just go round. And I expect it's quite a lot of euros per kilometre in a Ferrari 296. So at this point you go, well, we were making a glorious comeback, and now it's stopped. So let's go have some sleep, really. Perhaps a beer with Joe and Ben.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. But, yeah, I mean, choose another hotel somewhere well away from Joe and Ben, because United could go south very quickly, hanging around with them for too often.
The day's gone badly already. You don't want to compound it, do you?
But what it means is it's not going to be back-to-back victories for Wochenspiegel team Monschau either. They could have done it, and I'm sure not many teams have, with the outgoing GT3 car in one year and the brand new GT3 car the following year. They will come back fighting, I'm sure, in 2024. but unfortunately one of the key, one of the perhaps real favourites before the start of this meeting has now gone by the wayside. And I do fully accept what Nick's saying, and I'm sure the team agree as well. They've been working incredibly hard on that car. We're all for, you know, Spirit of the Race awards and coming back from adversity. They've tried desperately to do it once, but it really would be a massive ask to come back from more than 11 laps down, which was the deficit when they first rejoined.
They'd effectively, in the intervening hours, pulled back the best part of a lap, but it was seesawing, and then with the stationary. Now, talk about cars that are stationary. The Shearer Sport PHX Audi. Sven Herberger's brought that in from 4th place. That's in refueling. Even Jacome had been going very well. The Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, that's come in from 6th place. That's also in fueling. But Gregory Gilvert pulling off more laps, 328 laps in the bank. He's lapping 1:46. That's very, very good pace in the lead of the race. And at the moment, it's sitting on the best part of a 4-lap advantage over the Haas RT Audi. They will both be coming in within, I would suggest, the next 5 to 10 minutes. So that'll take us up pretty much to 13 hours remaining in this race. Therefore, 11 hours. We're nearly at the halfway point in this race. And just in case you haven't picked up on this message before, when you get to the halfway point in a 24H series race, you get a selection of points handed out. 20 points for leading your class, and at the end of the race, if you get to the end of the lead of your class, you get 40, so 60 points out there for grabs for anybody who could be leading at halfway and leading at the end of the race. So you have to be fairly confident that the 76 Porsche IMSA LS Group Performance should be taking that first dollop of 20 points in just over an hour's time.
Can Robert Renauer get by Mika Panu? Can he catch him and then overtake him before those cars need to come back into pit road for fuel? Robert Renauer's drive time doesn't sit quite as perfectly as you would expect with the fueling stops for car 91. As explained, he had to come in after only 10 laps, then a further 6 because there was a code 60, and you might as well take on board fuel. He's been driving that car now for 1 hour and 25 minutes, and he's only just under 9 seconds away from Mika Panu's pace. He's able to match Mika's speed and occasionally go a little faster as well. So we'll definitely see that 8 seconds come down, I reckon, as now Sven Herberger's brought the Shearer Sport Audi in, and Nick is watching the stop for car 1.
Car number 1 has come to stop. Sven Herberger's got out. Eller Earhart's got in. Windscreen clean, new tyres. Did you get your tear off? No, he's not. He's getting a headlamp tear off, but not a windscreen tear off. A little bit of work on it. Don't forget, this car had some trouble in the first couple of hours with a puncture and a spin, and it gets stuck in the gravel. And therefore, it doesn't have a panel behind the rear left of the car, so it's losing a few pounds of downforce there. But up and away, and Eller Earhart obviously we nailed in for a couple of hours of nighttime running.
So out it will go. Alex Fontana in the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche rejoins as well after stop number 40. The Gregory Gilvert driven IMSA Performance Porsche has stopped on 15 occasions, but of course we have to go back through the archives to work out how many of those stops were done under code 60, and that would have been a decision by the chief engineer, the strategist, as to which ones they want to take advantage of and those that will just stay out because we're nowhere near close enough to pit in to benefit from them. But you would think a car that stopped 15 times over a car that stopped only 10, then surely the Haas RT would be well in front, but that's not how these races pan out a lot of the time.
No, it is always a mystery, but the teams that tend to end up towards the top are the ones that maximise every opportunity to come into the pits and make a stop that has the least cost, effectively, the least time loss to those that are still running under green, still out on the circuit. But it's a real case of maximising those code 60 periods. But IMSA LS Porsche started on pole position. Gregory Gilvert started there. He's still in the lead of the race. Of course, it cycled through the other 3 drivers in that car, notably Julian Andlauer, Simon Thurman doing a good job, and Laurent Ergon, the least experienced in terms of GT3 experience in that grouping, doing a very tidy job. But any time soon, with already the stint length, best part of an hour and a quarter, the number 76 Porsche owes us a pit stop. We'll be coming in soon, but with that advantage of 4 laps, and still able to run at metronomic pace, it's looking very, very strong for those 20 points to come their way.
Also in Max Edelhoff for Lant Motorsport in car number 34. It's a full service but no driver change, and actually that's disappointing for Max because he was only 2.5 seconds off the back of the 992 class leader as he dived into the pits. So Yannick Redont in the 903 will stay out front, and the Audi back on the move. We're 2.5 minutes away, folks, from closing down our commentary for the night, and we will be heading to onboards only and also keeping our graphics alive for the overnight stint. So not quite halfway through. In another hour or so we will be, but it's shutting up shop from a commentary perspective here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning local time. And you'll be hearing bright-eyed and bushy-tailed Joe Bradley and Ben Constanduras for the opening stages of our commentary. But, of course, the race will go absolutely nowhere. By the way, our IMSA radio coverage continues over on RS2 IMSA radio. So we're live at the moment with the Michelin Pilot Challenge with 3.5 hours to go at Indianapolis. So maybe the best way to move forward would be to select a screen showing the footage of here and the Barcelona 24 hours, but you can afford to turn the sound down a little bit and have there on IMSA Radio RS2 the live coverage of the Michelin Pilot Challenge from Indianapolis, the Brickyard event effectively, and brilliant to have IMSA at Indy for 2023. So John Hindhaugh and the rest of the team covering that with a little over 3.5 hours still to go in that race. And you can monitor our big events this weekend. We were certainly hard at action last week as well, with both NLS and Fuji WEC coverage across our 3 different channels, with the ability to cover so many different motor racing events, of course. So we hope that you've enjoyed our coverage up until now, and it will continue throughout the night on our live stream. And don't forget, you can go to the 24hseries.com website as well, click on live timing, and have all the various individual sector times, pit stop times, and also key events on the strategy pages, the events pages, to find out just how many Code 60s we've had to date, and that will obviously stay up to date through the course of the evening as well. With the city of Barcelona in the background, in 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, we will be heading into the 12th hour of this 24th edition of the 24 Hours of Barcelona, powered by Hankook. And that is the next hour completed. Exactly 11 o'clock then here in Montmelo, Spain. And Gregory Gilbert leads the way for IMSA LS Group performance in the GT3 Porsche by as many as 7.5 minutes now over Mickey Panu's Haas RT Audi. Robert Renauer in the chasing Herbert Motorsport Porsche after that big delay in the pits. Had to come in 2 separate occasions and about 4 attempts to finally fill that car full of fuel because of the issue after the car left the road. 85 Shane Lewis CP Racing Mercedes is in 4th position. The 992 class is led by the 903 Red Hat Racing Porsche of Yannick Redont. In GTX it is the RD Sainz Cholet Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo number 720 in front of the VDS Racing Adventures Mark II V8. In TCR, Holmgard Motorsports Cupra Leon Competition in the command now of Tom Chloe, number 102, that leads that race. And in GT4, it's the Atlas BX Motorsport Mercedes of Dongino, number 403, that is leading the GT4 division. That's it for this evening. My thanks to Nick Damon for the latest stint in the pit lane, to Bruce Jones alongside, from Johnny Palmer and the rest of the crew here in Barcelona. Do stick with us on board, as I say, for the next 8 hours, and you will hear us again with live commentary from 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
là. C'est branché? Ouais, c'est branché. Est-ce que tu me reçois? Ouais, là, je t'entends là. Tu m'entends là? Et ça appuie quoi? 1, 2, 2, laissez-moi, moi je reçois des choses. Moi je t'entends aussi.
So, jetzt war sie ein bisschen schneller gewesen, ja.
you.